Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the days when the Shire was young and the memory of the wandering years still lingered in the hearts of the eldest hobbits, there arose in the western reaches of that fair land a gathering place that would come to define the very spirit of halfling commerce and community. Michel Delving, the chief town of the West Farthing, had grown from a humble collection of hobbit holes into a bustling centre of trade, and at its heart stood the great market square, a place where fortunes were made and lost, where stories were traded as freely as goods, and where the simple folk of the Shire came to remember that they were part of something larger than their own green hills and garden plots. It was said among the old families that the market of Michel Delving had been blessed in its founding by none other than a wandering wizard, though which wizard, and in what age none could say for certain. What was known, passed down through generations of market traders and shopkeepers, was that deals struck in good faith within the market's bounds had a curious way of prospering, while those who cheated or deceived found their fortunes turning sour as week old milk. This reputation for honest dealing drew hobbits from every corner of the Four Farthings, and even the occasional dwarf merchant from the Blue Mountains would make the long journey to trade beneath the ancient oak that stood at the market's centre. Among the many traders who called Michel Delving their home, there was none more respected than old Hamfast Greenhill, a hobbit of considerable years whose family had kept a stall in the market for 7 generations. Hamfast dealt in seeds and bulbs, in dried herbs and garden implements, and his knowledge of growing things was legendary throughout the Shire. His stall, with its colourful awning of faded green and gold, stood in the shadow of the great oak, and from his position he could observe every transaction, every greeting, and every whispered secret that passed through the market square. On the morning when our tale begins, the autumn mists were just lifting from the cobblestones, and the first traders were arriving to set up their wares. Hamfast, as was his custom, had been there since before dawn, arranging his displays of late-season seeds and preparing the special tinctures that would help gardens survive the coming winter. His fingers, gnarled now with age but still nimble enough for delicate work, moved among the tiny packets and bottles with practiced ease, while his keen eyes watched the square slowly come to life. The harvest festival was approaching, and the market had swelled to twice its usual size with vendors from distant villages hoping to sell their surplus before the winter set in. There were farmers from the North Farthing with their famous potatoes, brewers from the South Farthing carrying barrels of their finest ales, and pipeweed merchants from Longbottom whose leaf was considered the best in all the Shire. The air was thick with the mingled scents of fresh bread, smoked meats, and the peculiar earthy perfume of mushrooms gathered from the secret places where hobbits dared not speak of to outsiders. It was into this bustling scene that a stranger arrived, and those strangers were not uncommon in Michel Delving during the festival season. This particular arrival caused old Hamfast to pause in his work and squint with unusual interest. The newcomer was a hobbit, certainly, but not of any family that Hamfast could place, and after 70 years in the market, Hamfast could place nearly every hobbit family in the Shire by the shape of their feet and the curl of their hair. This stranger was young, perhaps 30 summers at most, with dark hair that fell in unusual waves and eyes the colour of autumn leaves. He carried upon his back a pack that seemed far too large for his slight frame, and in his hands he clutched a wooden box that he guarded as though it contained the very treasures of the earth. The young stranger made his way through the crowding market with the careful steps of one who was accustomed to travelling but unfamiliar with crowds. He paused frequently, his eyes darting from stall to stall as though searching for something specific, and more than once Hamfast observed him consulting a worn piece of parchment that he pulled from his vest pocket. Whatever he sought, He did not find it among the vegetable sellers or the cloth merchants, and gradually his path brought him closer to Hamfast's stall beneath the great oak. "Good morning to you, young master," Hamfast called out when the stranger was near enough to hear. "You have the look of a hobbit on a quest. Perhaps old Hamfast can help you find what you seek, for there is little in this market that escapes my notice." The young hobbit started at being addressed, as though he had become so accustomed to being overlooked that attention surprised him. He approached the stall with cautious steps, and up close Hamfast could see that his clothes, though clean and well mended, bore the marks of long travel. His feet, large even by hobbit standards, were calloused from many miles of walking, and there was a weariness in his bearing that spoke of journeys undertaken alone. "I'm looking for the Keeper of Tales," the stranger said, his voice soft but clear. "I was told in Hobbiton that such a person could be found in the Michel Delving market, one who collects the stories of traders and travellers and preserves them for future generations." Hamfast's eyebrows rose at this, for the Keeper of Tales was not a title spoken of openly in the market. It was an old tradition, stretching back to the founding days when a designated hobbit would listen to the stories that merchants brought from distant places and record them in great leather-bound volumes. These tales, it was believed, contain not merely entertainment but wisdom, warnings, and the accumulated experience of generations of traders who had learned the hard lessons of commerce and trust. "And what business might a young traveller have with the Keeper of Tales?" Hamfast asked, his tone neither welcoming nor hostile, but carefully neutral. The keeper does not receive visitors lightly, and there are some who say the position has been vacant these 20 years or more. The stranger's hand tightened on his wooden box, and for a moment Hamfast thought he saw a flicker of desperation in those autumn-coloured eyes. "I have stories to tell," the young hobbit said, "stories that must not be lost. My grandmother was Lily Burrows, and she spent her life collecting the tales of the Eastfarthing, recording every legend and rumour that passed through the markets of Stock and Whitfurrows. Before she passed, she gave these records to me and charged me with finding someone who would preserve them properly." At the name of Lily Burrows, old Hamfast's expression changed. He had known Lily in his younger days, a remarkable hobbit woman with an insatiable curiosity and a memory that could hold 1,000 tales without confusing a single detail. She had visited the Michel Delving market many times, always asking questions, always listening, always scribbling in her little notebooks with a fervour that bordered on obsession. To learn that she had passed from the world brought a genuine sadness to Hamfast's heart, for she had been one of the few hobbits who truly understood the importance of stories. "Lily Burrows' grandson," Hamfast said slowly, as though testing the words. "And you have brought her life's work here to the market. What is your name, young master, and why did you not take these tales to the great Matham house in Michel Delving, where such treasures are kept safe?" The stranger shifted uncomfortably, and Hamfast noticed for the first time that he was looking over his shoulder, as though expecting pursuit. "My name is Milo Burrows, and I cannot go to the Matham house because there are those who would take my grandmother's work and destroy it. She recorded things, you see, things that certain families would prefer remained forgotten. The market has always been neutral ground, has it not? A place where even enemies must deal fairly with one another?" Hamfast considered this carefully, for the young hobbit's words carried the ring of truth, and there was genuine fear beneath his carefully controlled manner. The market was indeed neutral ground, protected by customs older than anyone could remember, and even the most bitter feuds were set aside within its bounds. If this Milo Burrows sought sanctuary for his grandmother's tales, the market was perhaps the only place in the Shire where he might find it. "Come with me," Hamfast said at last, making a decision that would set in motion events neither of them could have foreseen. "There are things you should know about this market, and about the stories it has witnessed. The Keeper of Tales may be gone, but the tales themselves remain, waiting for someone with the courage to hear them and the wisdom to understand their worth." Hamfast led young Milo through the winding paths of the market, past stalls laden with copper pots and woolen blankets, past tables groaning under the weight of autumn apples and late-season pears, past the corner where the pie-sellers did their brisk morning trade, and the aromatic smoke of their ovens mingled with the cool autumn air. The old hobbit moved with surprising purpose for one of his years, nodding greetings to familiar faces but never stopping, never allowing the endless invitations to chat and gossip to slow his progress. Milo followed in his wake, clutching his grandmother's wooden box against his chest like a shield, his eyes still darting nervously to every shadow and every face that seemed to linger too long upon him. They came at last to the far edge of the market square, where the cobblestones gave way to packed earth, and the grand stalls of the established merchants yielded to the humbler offerings of travelling peddlers and occasional traders. Here, in a space between a cart selling dried fish and a tent where a elderly hobbit woman mended clothes for copper pennies, stood a structure that Milo would not have noticed had Hamfast not stopped directly before it. It was little more than a wooden shed, weathered grey by decades of sun and rain, with a door so low that even a hobbit would need to duck slightly to enter. There were no windows, no sign to indicate its purpose, and the wood of its walls was so aged that it seemed to have grown from the earth itself, rather than been built by mortal hands. "This is the listening post," Hamfast said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "It has stood in this spot since before my grandfather's grandfather first sold seeds in this market. Some say it was here before the market itself, that the market grew up around it like a garden around a well. Whatever the truth, this is where the tales have always been kept, and this is where you will find what you seek." Milo looked at the unremarkable structure with undisguised confusion. "But it looks abandoned," he said. "The door has not been opened in years by the look of those hinges, and there is moss growing in the cracks between the boards." Hamfast chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "Appearances in this market are seldom what they seem, young Burrows. Your grandmother knew that better than most. Did she never tell you about the time she traded 3 worthless buttons for a map that led to the finest mushroom patch in the East Farthing? The hobbit who sold her those buttons thought he had cheated her soundly, never realising that what she truly purchased was the story he told while making the sale, a story that contained directions he himself had forgotten he knew." The memory stirred something in Milo's mind, a half-remembered tale from his childhood when his grandmother had sat by the fire and spoken of the strange commerce of the Shire, where the true value of any transaction was not in the goods exchanged, but in the knowledge that passed between the parties. He had thought it merely a lesson about paying attention, about listening more than speaking, but now he wondered if there had been deeper wisdom hidden in her words. Hamfast produced from somewhere within his vest a key of tarnished brass, its head shaped like an unfurling leaf, and fitted it to the lock on the ancient door. The mechanism turned with a smoothness that belied the apparent age of the structure, and the door swung inward without a sound. Beyond lay not the cramped and dusty storage space that Milo had expected, but a room that could not possibly have fit within the modest exterior of the shed. Shelves lined every wall, stretching up toward a ceiling lost in shadow, and upon those shelves rested thousands upon thousands of books, scrolls, ledgers, and loose papers bound with ribbon and string. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and candle wax, and somewhere in the depths of the impossible room a fire crackled in a hearth that cast warm golden light across the nearest volumes. "Welcome to the heart of the Michel Delving market," Hamfast said, stepping inside and gesturing for Milo to follow. "Every tale that has ever been told within these market bounds, every story traded alongside grain and cloth and pipeweed, has found its way to these shelves eventually. The keeper of tales may have passed on, but the collection remains, waiting for one who can continue the work." Milo entered the listening post with the reverent steps of a hobbit entering a sacred space, his eyes wide with wonder as he tried to take in the scope of what surrounded him. The shelves seemed to extend forever, branching off into alcoves and corridors that should have led outside the shed's walls, but instead opened into further chambers filled with yet more books and papers. Here and there, comfortable chairs were positioned near small tables, their surfaces marked with the circular stains of countless cups of tea, and reading lamps stood ready to illuminate whatever volume a visitor might choose to examine. "How is this possible?" Milo breathed, turning in a slow circle. "The shed outside could not hold a quarter of what I see here." Hamfast settled himself into one of the chairs with the ease of long familiarity, reaching for a pipe that seemed to materialize in his hand. "The market has its secrets," he said, striking a match and drawing the first sweet smoke into his lungs. "Secrets that have been guarded for generations by those who understand their importance. Your grandmother was one of the few outsiders who ever glimpsed this place, and she was wise enough never to speak of it directly. Instead, she built her own collection, her own archive of the tales that passed through the East Farthing markets. knowing that someday they would need to be united with what is kept here. He gestured toward the wooden box that Milo still clutched against his chest. What you carry is not merely your grandmother's work, young Burrows. It is a missing piece of a larger whole, tales and stories that have never been recorded in these shelves, because they were told in the places where the Keeper of Tales could not reach. Lily knew that the archives here were incomplete, and she spent her life filling in the gaps as best she could. Milo looked down at the box in his hands, seeing it now with new eyes. His grandmother had never told him the full truth of her work, perhaps fearing that the knowledge would put him in danger, perhaps hoping that he would discover it for himself when the time was right. She'd spoken often of the importance of stories, of how they carried within them the wisdom of those who came before, but he had never imagined that her collection might be part of something so vast and ancient. "You said there are those who would destroy what my grandmother recorded," Hamfast continued, his keen eyes studying Milo through the curling smoke of his pipe. "Tell me of these enemies, young Burrows. What secrets does your grandmother's collection contain that would drive hobbits to pursue you across the Shire?" Milo hesitated, for the tale was not an easy one to tell, and there was shame mixed with the fear that had driven him from his home in the East Farthing. "My grandmother recorded everything," he said at last, his voice barely above a whisper. "Not just the pleasant tales that hobbits share over ale and mushrooms, but the darker stories as well. The tales of feuds and betrayals, of deals gone wrong and families ruined by greed or foolishness. She believed that the mistakes of the past were as important to preserve as the triumphs, that future generations could learn from the failures of their ancestors if only they knew the truth of what had happened. And some families would prefer that truth remain buried," Hamfast finished, nodding slowly. "Yes, I can see how that might make powerful enemies. The Shire may seem peaceful and simple to outsiders, but we hobbits have our share of dark chapters, events we would rather forget than remember. To have those events recorded and preserved, where anyone might read them and know the truth, that would be a threat to those who have built their fortunes and reputations on convenient forgetting." "The Bracegirdles," Milo said, the name falling from his lips like a stone dropped into still water. "My grandmother recorded the true story of how they came to own the mills at Whitfurrows, a tale that involves broken contracts and betrayed partnerships, and a family driven from their home in the dead of night. The current head of the family learned somehow that her records existed, and he has sworn to see them destroyed before anyone can read the truth." Hamfast's expression grew grave, for the Bracegirdle family was known throughout the Shire as one of the wealthiest and most influential clans in the East Farthing. To have made enemies of them was no small thing, and Milo's flight across the Shire suddenly made perfect sense. But within the bounds of this market, not even the Bracegirdles could threaten him, for the ancient customs that protected traders applied equally to their goods and their knowledge. "Then we must act quickly," Hamfast said, rising from his chair with renewed energy. "Your grandmother's collection must be added to the archives before anyone can prevent it. Once it is part of the greater whole, protected by the same enchantments that guard all the tales kept here, not even the most powerful family in the Shire will be able to touch it." The process of adding Lily Burrows' collection to the archives was not, as Milo had imagined, a simple matter of placing her notebooks and papers upon the nearest empty shelf. Hamfast explained, as he led the young hobbit deeper into the labyrinthine chambers of the listening post, that each tale had to be properly received before it could take its place among the others. This meant that every story, every scrap of recorded wisdom and remembered history had to be read aloud within the walls of the archive, spoken into the air so that the enchantments woven into the very wood and stone could hear and accept them. "It is an old magic," Hamfast said, guiding Milo through a narrow passage between towering shelves that seemed to lean toward each other like gossiping friends. "Older than the Shire itself, some say, brought here by the first hobbits who settled these lands and remembered the ways of the wandering days. The spoken word has power, young Burrows, power that the written word alone cannot match. When a tale is told aloud, it becomes real in a way that mere ink on paper can never achieve. The archives remember every story that has been spoken within their bounds, and they protect those stories with a jealousy that would put the most miserly dragon to shame." Milo thought of his grandmother, of the countless evenings she'd spent reading aloud from her notebooks while he sat at her feet, leaving that she simply enjoyed sharing her work with an audience. Now he understood that she'd been preparing him, training him without his knowledge to be the voice that would one day speak her tales into permanence. The realization brought tears to his eyes, for he missed her with an ache that had not diminished in the 3 months since her passing. They emerged from the passage into a circular chamber that Milo knew immediately was the heart of the listening post. The walls here were not lined with shelves, but with smooth stone, carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and flow in the flickering lamplight. At the centre of the chamber stood a simple wooden chair, worn smooth by generations of use, and before it a small table upon which rested a single candle that burned with a flame of unusual steadiness. The air was warm and still, heavy with an expectant silence that seemed to press against Milo's ears like cotton wool. "This is the speaking chair," Hamfast said, his voice hushed with reverence. "Here is where the tales are given to the archives, where they pass from the keeping of mortals into the keeping of something greater. Your grandmother sat in this chair once, many years ago, and spoke a single tale into the silence. It was a story about a hobbit who loved unwisely and paid the price in sorrow, and I remember thinking at the time that she was speaking of herself, though she never confirmed it." Milo approached the chair with hesitant steps, feeling the weight of history pressing down upon him. The carved patterns on the walls seemed to watch him with 1,000 unseen eyes, and he could have sworn he heard whispers at the edge of hearing, fragments of stories told long ago still echoing in this sacred space. He set his grandmother's wooden box upon the table beside the candle and opened it with trembling fingers, revealing the neatly stacked notebooks and folded papers that represented her life's work. "There are hundreds of tales here," he said, his voice catching in his throat. "It would take days, perhaps weeks, to read them all aloud." Hamfast nodded, settling himself against the wall near the chamber's entrance. "Then we had best begin," he said. "The market will protect you while you are within its bounds, but that protection does not extend forever. The Bracegirdles are patient folk, and they have long memories. If they have truly sworn to see your grandmother's work destroyed, they will not simply give up and go home when they cannot find you immediately." And so Milo Burrows sat in the speaking chair and began to read. His voice was uncertain at first, stumbling over his grandmother's careful handwriting, struggling to find the rhythm of tales that had been recorded in haste during busy market days and quiet evenings alike. But as the hours passed and the candle burned without diminishing, he found his voice growing stronger, more confident, as though the very act of speaking was feeding something within him that had long been starved. The first tale he read was the story of the Whitfurrows Mills, the account that had made enemies of the Bracegirdle family and set him on his desperate flight across the Shire. It was a sordid history, full of broken promises and forged documents, of a family called Sandheaver, who had built the mills with their own hands only to have them stolen through legal trickery by a Bracegirdle ancestor with more cunning than conscience. The Sandheavers had protested, had taken their grievances to the mayor and the sheriffs, but the Bracegirdles had money enough to buy silence, and friends enough to ensure that the truth was never spoken in public. Within a generation, the Sandheavers had faded into obscurity, their name forgotten, their mills grinding grain for the family that had betrayed them. As Milo spoke the final words of the tale, he felt something shift in the air around him, a subtle change in pressure that made his ears pop as though he had climbed to a great height. The carved patterns on the walls seemed to pulse with a faint luminescence, and for just a moment he could have sworn he saw faces in the stone, the ghostly images of hobbits long dead who nodded in satisfaction at hearing their story finally told. "The archives have accepted it," Hamfast said, and there was relief in his voice. "That tale is now part of the greater collection, protected by enchantments that have guarded these records since before the founding of the Shire. Not even the Bracegirdles, with all their wealth and influence, can reach it here." But Milo's relief was short-lived, for as he reached for the next notebook in his grandmother's collection, a sound reached his ears that sent ice through his veins. It was the tolling of a bell, deep and resonant, echoing through the chambers of the listening post with an urgency that could not be ignored. Hamfast's face went pale at the sound, and he pushed himself away from the wall with sudden haste. "That is the market bell," he said, his voice tight with concern. "It only rings when there is trouble in the square, when the ancient customs of neutral ground are being challenged. Someone has come to the market who does not respect the old ways." Milo's hands clenched on the edge of his grandmother's wooden box. "The Bracegirdles," he whispered. "They have found me." Hamfast moved toward the chamber's entrance, then paused and turned back to face the young hobbit. "Stay here," he commanded. "Continue reading the tales into the archives. No matter what happens outside, no matter what you hear, do not stop until every story has been spoken. The listening post will protect you as long as you remain within its walls, but you must trust in the old magic and not let fear drive you out before your work is complete." "But what about you?" Milo asked, rising from the chair despite himself. "I cannot let you face them alone. If they have come in force, if they have brought hired hobbits, or worse, you could be hurt trying to protect me." The old hobbit smiled, and in that smile Milo saw a strength that belied Hamfast's years. "I have tended my stall in this market for 7 decades, young Burrows. I have seen floods and fires, feuds and famines, and through it all the market has endured. The customs that protect traders and travellers here are not merely polite suggestions to be ignored when convenient. They are laws older than any family, older than any grudge, and those who violate them do so at their peril." He turned and disappeared into the passage, leaving Milo alone in the speaking chamber, with his grandmother's tales and the steady flame of the candle that never seemed to diminish. For a long moment the young hobbit stood frozen, torn between his desire to help and his duty to complete the work that had been entrusted to him. The bell continued to toll, its deep voice resonating through the stone walls, and beneath it Milo could hear other sounds now, raised voices and running feet, the chaos of a market thrown into confusion. With a prayer to whatever powers watched over frightened hobbits and their precious stories, Milo sat back down in the speaking chair and opened the next notebook in his grandmother's collection. His voice shook as he began to read, but he did not stop, pouring the words into the waiting silence of the chamber, while outside in the market square, events were unfolding that would test the ancient customs of Michel Delving as they had never been tested before. The tale he read now was gentler than the first, a story of 2 hobbit families who had feuded for 3 generations over a disputed boundary line until a clever matchmaker had arranged a marriage between the youngest son of one family and the eldest daughter of the other. It was a tale of reconciliation and forgiveness, of grudges laid down and hands clasped in friendship, and as Milo spoke it into the archives, he felt the warmth of it spreading through his chest like good ale on a cold evening. In the market square, chaos had descended like a summer storm. The orderly rows of stalls and the cheerful bustle of commerce had given way to confusion and alarm as a party of hobbits pushed their way through the crowds with neither courtesy nor apology. There were 6 of them in all, broad-shouldered fellows with the look of hired muscle about them, and at their head strode a hobbit whose fine waistcoat and polished brass buttons marked him as someone of wealth and consequence. This was Otho Bracegirdle, head of the East Farthing branch of that prosperous family, and his face was set in an expression of cold determination that sent the other market-goers scurrying from his path. "I know the Burrows whelp is here," Otho announced, his voice carrying across the square with the practiced authority of one accustomed to being obeyed. "I have had watchers on every road into Michel Delving for a fortnight, and he was seen entering this market not 3 hours past. Produce him now, along with whatever stolen property he carries, and there need be no unpleasantness." The market folk gathered in anxious clusters, whispering among themselves and casting uncertain glances toward the great oak at the square's centre. Stolen property was a serious accusation, one that could justify even harsh measures if proven true, but there was something in Otho Bracegirdle's manner that sat ill with those who knew the customs of the market. He had not come seeking justice through proper channels, had not presented his grievance to the market wardens, or requested arbitration according to the ancient forms. He had come with hired hobbits at his back and demands on his lips, and that was not the way things were done in Michel Delving. It was into this tense silence that Hamfast Greenhill emerged from between 2 stalls, his aged frame somehow seeming larger than it had any right to be, his eyes bright with a fire that belied his years. He walked with deliberate slowness toward the centre of the square, and as he walked, other hobbits fell in behind him. There was Rosemary Goodbody, who sold ribbons and lace from a cart she'd inherited from her mother. There was Tolman Roper, whose family had been making rope in Michel Delving since before anyone could remember. There was Daisy Hornblower, whose pipeweed was considered the finest in the West Farthing, and her husband, Griffo, who carved the pipes that were sold alongside it. One by one, the established traders of the market joined Hamfast's slow procession, until a wall of hobbits stood between Otho Bracegirdle and the rest of the square. They carried no weapons, made no threats, but their message was clear nonetheless. The market protected its own, and any who wished to violate that protection would have to go through them first. Otho's eyes narrowed at this unexpected resistance. He had expected to find a frightened young hobbit cowering among the stalls, easy prey for his hired muscle and his righteous anger. Instead, he had found a community united against him, and for just a moment, uncertainty flickered across his well-fed features. But Otho Bracegirdle had not built his family's fortune by backing down from obstacles, and he drew himself up to his full height, which was considerable for a hobbit, and fixed Hamfast with a glare that had cowed many a business rival. "You are Hamfast Greenhill," he said, his voice dripping with contempt. "I remember you from my father's time. You were a meddlesome old fool then, and you have clearly not improved with age. Stand aside, seed seller. This matter does not concern you." Hamfast met the younger hobbit's glare without flinching. "Everything that happens in this market concerns me, Master Bracegirdle. I have watched over these stalls for 70 years, and I know the customs that govern them better than I know the lines on my own palm. You come here with hired hobbits and accusations, demanding that we hand over a visitor to our market without so much as a by your leave. That is not how things are done in Michel Delving, and it never has been. The visitor you speak of is a thief," Otho spat. "He carries documents that were stolen from my family's archives, private papers that contain nothing but lies and slander designed to damage our good name. I am within my rights to recover them by any means necessary." A murmur ran through the assembled crowd at this accusation, for theft was indeed a serious matter, one that could not simply be dismissed. But Hamfast held up his hand for silence, and when he spoke again, his voice carried the weight of decades of accumulated respect. "If the young hobbit you seek has truly committed theft, then present your evidence to the market wardens and request a proper hearing. That is the custom, Master Bracegirdle, and it has served the Shire well for longer than your family has owned mills in Whitfurrows. But if you think to take justice into your own hands, to drag a visitor from this market by force without due process, then you will find that the customs of Michel Delving are not merely suggestions to be ignored when they prove inconvenient." Otho's face flushed red with anger, and his hired hobbits shifted restlessly behind him, their hands moving toward the cudgels they carried at their belts. The tension in the square had reached a breaking point, and it seemed that violence might erupt at any moment. But before Otho could give the order to advance, a new voice cut through the charged silence, a voice that carried with it an authority that even the Bracegirdle wealth could not match. "What is the meaning of this disturbance?" The crowd parted to reveal a hobbit of advanced years, her silver hair pulled back in a severe bun, her posture as straight as a young sapling despite the walking stick she carried in one gnarled hand. This was Adamanta Chubb, mayor of Michel Delving and guardian of the market's ancient charter, and her arrival changed the complexion of the confrontation entirely. Even Otho Bracegirdle, for all his wealth and influence, would not dare to defy the mayor openly, for her word was law within the bounds of the market, and her judgment was respected throughout the Shire. "Madam Mayor," Otho said, his tone shifting from demanding to something approaching respect, "I apologize for the disturbance. I am here to recover stolen property from a thief who has taken refuge in your market. These good folk seem to believe that the customs of trade somehow protect criminals from facing justice." Adamanta's sharp eyes swept across the scene, taking in the hired hobbits with their cudgels, the wall of traders standing firm behind Hamfast, and the anxious faces of the market-goers who had gathered to watch the confrontation. She had governed Michel Delving for 30 years, and she had seen disputes of every kind pass through this square. She knew the difference between a legitimate grievance and a powerful family trying to use force where law would not serve them. "The customs of this market," she said, her voice cutting like a blade through the murmur of the crowd, "protect every hobbit who comes here in good faith to trade. They do not distinguish between the wealthy and the poor, the powerful and the humble. If you have evidence that a crime has been committed, Master Bracegirdle, you will present it to my office in the proper manner, and a hearing will be arranged according to the forms that have governed this market since its founding." She stepped closer to Otho, her walking stick tapping against the cobblestones with each measured stride. "But if you think to bypass those forms, to take by force what you cannot claim by right, then you will find that the power of your family's gold means nothing within these bounds. The market has stood for centuries, Master Bracegirdle, and it has outlasted many who thought themselves above its customs. For a long moment, Otho Bracegirdle stood frozen, his face working through a series of emotions that ranged from fury to calculation to something that might have been fear. He was not accustomed to being defied, certainly not by a collection of common traders and an elderly mayor whose authority derived from tradition rather than wealth. But he was also not a fool, and he could see that pressing the matter further would only damage his position. "Very well," he said at last, the words seeming to cost him physical pain. "I will file a formal complaint with your office, Madam Mayor, and I will expect a hearing at the earliest possible date. But know this, all of you, the documents that thief carries are dangerous lies, and anyone who aids in their preservation will share in the consequences when the truth comes to light." He turned and stalked away, his hired hobbits falling in behind him, and the market square slowly began to return to normal. But Hamfas, watching the Bracegirdle party disappear into the distance, knew that the confrontation was far from over. Otho would file his complaint and a hearing would be held, and the fate of Milo Burrows and his grandmother's tales would be decided according to the ancient forms of the market. The question was whether those forms would be enough to protect a young hobbit with powerful enemies, and a collection of truths that some would prefer remained buried forever. Deep within the listening post, Milo continued his work, unaware of the confrontation that had taken place in the square above. The tolling of the market bell had ceased some time ago, replaced by a silence that pressed against the walls of the speaking chamber like water against a dam. He had read through a dozen of his grandmother's notebooks now, his voice growing hoarse but his determination never wavering, and with each tale he spoke into the archives, he felt the weight of his burden growing lighter. The stories his grandmother had collected were as varied as the hobbits who had told them. There were accounts of market swindles and honest dealings, of fortunes made through cleverness and lost through foolishness. There were love stories and ghost stories, tales of wandering hobbits who had ventured beyond the Shire's borders and returned with wonders to report, and tales of those who had ventured forth and never returned at all. Each story, no matter how humble or how grand, was recorded in Lily Burrows' careful hand, accompanied by notes on who had told it, when and where it had been shared, and what lessons she believed it contained for future generations. One tale in particular caught Milo's attention as he turned the pages of a notebook dated from 20 years past. It was the story of a hobbit named Drogo Goodenough, a trader from the North Farthing who had come to Michel Delving with a cartload of potatoes and a heavy heart. His farm had failed 3 years running, the tale said, struck by blight and drought and all manner of misfortune, and he had come to the market to sell what little remained of his harvest before the creditors took everything he owned. But on his first day in the market, a stranger had approached him with an unusual proposition. The stranger, according to Lily's notes, had been an old hobbit woman with eyes the colour of storm clouds and a smile that seemed to know secrets beyond counting. She had offered to buy Drogo's entire cartload of potatoes at twice the market price, asking only one thing in return. He must tell her a story, she said, any story he wished, so long as it was true and he had never told it to anyone before. Drogo, desperate and confused, had agreed to her terms and told her the tale of his grandfather's journey to the Grey Havens, a story that had been passed down through his family for generations but never shared outside it. The old woman had listened with rapt attention, and when the story was done, she had paid him exactly as promised and disappeared into the crowd. But the strange part, Lily had written, was what happened afterward. Drogo's fortunes changed from that day forward. His farm recovered, his crops flourished, and within 5 years he had become one of the most prosperous farmers in the North Farthing. He never saw the old woman again, but he never forgot her either, and he made it his practice to come to the Michel Delving market every autumn to share a new story with anyone who would listen, believing that the telling of tales had somehow brought him luck. Milo paused in his reading, struck by the coincidence of encountering this particular story at this particular moment. His grandmother had been collecting tales for decades, seeking out hobbits with stories to tell and recording their words with patient dedication. Was it possible that she had been more than just a collector, that she'd understood something about the power of stories that Milo was only now beginning to glimpse? The listening post hummed around him with ancient magic, and he could feel the weight of countless tales pressing against the walls, waiting to be heard. Before he could ponder the question further, a soft sound reached his ears from the passage that led back to the market. Footsteps, careful and measured, were approaching the speaking chamber. Milo tensed, his hand reaching instinctively toward his grandmother's wooden box, but when the figure emerged from the shadows he saw that it was Hamfast, looking weary but triumphant. "The Bracegirdles have been turned away," the old hobbit said, settling himself into a chair near the chamber's entrance. "For now, at least. The mayor has demanded that they follow proper procedure, and a hearing will be scheduled for 3 days hence. That gives us time, young Burrows, time to finish your grandmother's work and ensure that her tales are beyond anyone's reach." Milo let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. "What happened in the square?" he asked. "I heard the bell tolling, and I feared the worst." Hamfast recounted the confrontation with Otho Bracegirdle, describing the wall of traders who had stood against him and the mayor's intervention that had prevented violence. As he spoke, Milo felt a warmth spreading through his chest that had nothing to do with the fire crackling in the distant hearth. These hobbits, strangers to him until this very day, had risked the wrath of a powerful family to protect him and his grandmother's legacy. It was more than he had ever expected, more than he had dared to hope for when he set out from the East Farthing with nothing but a box full of notebooks and a prayer. "Why?" he asked. When Hamfast had finished his tale, why would they stand against the Bracegirdles for someone they have never met? The market customs protect traders, I understand, but I'm not a trader. I have nothing to sell, nothing to offer in exchange for such loyalty. Hamfast chuckled, reaching for his pipe and beginning the familiar ritual of filling and lighting it. "You underestimate what you carry, young Burrows. Your grandmother's tales are worth more than gold to those who understand their value. Stories are the currency of memory, the wealth that one generation passes to the next. When you preserve a tale, you preserve the people who lived it, the lessons they learned, the truths they discovered. That is a treasure beyond price, and the folk of this market know it, even if they could not put it into words." He drew deeply onto his pipe, releasing a cloud of fragrant smoke that curled toward the ceiling of the speaking chamber. "Besides," he added, "the Bracegirdles are not well loved in these parts. They have a reputation for sharp dealing and heavy-handed tactics that sits ill with honest traders." When Otho came strutting into the square with his hired hobbits, demanding that we hand over a visitor without so much as explaining himself properly, well, that was enough to set every back up from here to the Green Dragon. Milo nodded slowly, understanding dawning in his eyes. His grandmother had often spoken of the community that existed among market traders, the bonds of mutual aid and shared interest that tied them together across distances and differences. He had thought it merely sentiment, the romanticized memories of an old woman looking back on her youth. But now he saw that it was something more. The market was not just a place where goods were exchanged. It was a living thing, a community bound by customs and traditions that had endured for centuries precisely because they served the needs of all who participated in them. "There is something else you should know," Hamfast said, his tone growing more serious. "The hearing that will be held in 3 days is not merely a formality. The Bracegirdles are wealthy and influential, and they have had time to prepare their case. They will argue that your grandmother's records are stolen property, that they contain nothing but malicious lies designed to damage their family's reputation. If they convince the mayor, you could be forced to surrender the notebooks, or worse." "What can we do?" Milo asked, his heart sinking. "I have no wealth to match theirs, no influential friends to speak on my behalf. All I have are the stories themselves, and who will believe the word of a young hobbit from the East Farthing against the testimony of one of the most powerful families in the Shire?" Hamfast's eyes twinkled with a light that seemed almost mischievous. "That, young Burrows, is where the nature of stories becomes important. The Bracegirdles can claim that your grandmother's records are lies, but they cannot prove it without revealing the truth that they are so desperate to hide. And the market has ways of getting at the truth that even the most powerful family cannot circumvent." He rose from his chair and moved toward one of the shelves that lined the passage leading away from the speaking chamber. His fingers traced along the spines of ancient ledgers until they found what they sought, a volume bound in cracked leather the colour of dried blood. He pulled it from the shelf and brought it back to where Milo sat, laying it open on the table beside the candle. "This is the record of disputes," Hamfast said, his voice hushed with reverence. "Every hearing ever held in this market, every accusation and defence, every judgment rendered by the mayors of Michel Delving for the past 400 years. And somewhere in these pages, I believe, lies the truth that will decide your fate. The record of disputes was unlike any book Milo had ever seen. Its pages were thick and yellowed with age, covered in handwriting that changed from entry to entry as generation after generation of scribes had recorded the judgments of the market. Some entries were brief, noting disputes over prices or accusations of short measure that had been settled with a few coins and an apology. Others stretched across multiple pages, documenting complex cases involving family feuds, contested inheritances, and accusations of fraud that had taken weeks or even months to resolve. The margins were filled with annotations added by later hands, cross-references to related cases and precedents that had been cited in subsequent hearings. Hamfast guided Milo through the volume with practiced ease, his gnarled finger tracing lines of faded ink as he explained the significance of various entries. The market's system of justice, he said, was based on a principle that seemed simple but had proven remarkably effective over the centuries. Truth, in Michel Delving, was determined not by the wealth or influence of the parties involved, but by the weight of evidence and the testimony of witnesses who had sworn upon the great oak to speak honestly. Any hobbit who lied under such an oath, it was believed, would bring misfortune upon themselves and their family for 7 generations, and this belief was taken so seriously that false testimony was almost unheard of. But the truly remarkable feature of the market's justice was the role played by the archives themselves. When a dispute involved questions of history or precedent, the ancient records kept in the listening post could be consulted, and their testimony was considered as authoritative as that of any living witness. This meant that even disputes involving events from decades or centuries past could be resolved, as long as someone had thought to record the relevant facts at the time they occurred. "Your grandmother understood this," Hamfast said, turning to a page near the middle of the volume. She knew that the tales she collected were not merely entertainment, but evidence of how things truly happened, preserved in the words of those who witnessed them firsthand. That is why her records are so dangerous to the Bracegirdles, and why they are so valuable to us. Milo leaned closer to examine the page that Hamfast had indicated. It was an entry from nearly 60 years past, documenting a dispute between 2 families over the ownership of a parcel of land in the East Farthing. One family, the Sandheavers, had claimed that they were the rightful owners, producing deeds and contracts that supported their position. The other family, the Bracegirdles, had countered with their own documents, equally official-looking, that told a different story entirely. The case had seemed destined for deadlock, until a witness had come forward with testimony that changed everything. The witness, according to the record, had been a travelling merchant who had been present when the original transaction took place. He'd heard the negotiations with his own ears, had seen the documents signed and sealed, and he swore upon the great oak that the Bracegirdle documents were forgeries, cleverly crafted to support a claim that had no basis in fact. His testimony had been corroborated by entries in the market archives, records of the original sale that matched the Sandheaver documents exactly. The judgment had been rendered in favour of the Sandheavers, and the Bracegirdles had been ordered to return the disputed land, along with compensation for the years of wrongful occupation. "But this does not match what my grandmother recorded," Milo said, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Her notes say that the Sandheavers lost their mills, that the Bracegirdles took everything from them through legal trickery." Hamfast nodded grimly. "That is because this judgment was never enforced. The Bracegirdles appealed to higher authorities, claiming that the market had exceeded its jurisdiction, that the dispute involved matters beyond its traditional purview. They had allies in Hobbiton and Michel Delving itself, hobbits who owed them favours or feared their influence, and through a combination of legal manoeuvring and outright intimidation, they managed to have the judgment set aside. The Sandheavers, broken by years of litigation and the cost of defending themselves, eventually gave up their claim and disappeared from the East Farthing entirely. And my grandmother's records document all of this," Milo said, understanding dawning in his eyes. "Not just the original wrong, but the corruption of justice that allowed it to stand." "Precisely." Hamfast closed the record of disputes and met Milo's gaze with an intensity that made the young hobbit's breath catch in his throat. "The Bracegirdles fear your grandmother's collection because it exposes not just one crime, but a pattern of behaviour stretching back generations. They have built their fortune on the ruins of families they cheated and destroyed, and they have used their wealth and influence to ensure that their crimes were never brought to light. Your grandmother spent her life gathering the evidence that could bring them down, and now that evidence rests in your hands. The weight of this revelation settled upon Milo's shoulders like a physical burden. He'd known that his grandmother's work was important, had understood in a vague way that it contained truths that powerful hobbits would prefer to keep hidden. But he had not grasped the full scope of what she had accomplished. The painstaking labour of decades spent tracking down witnesses and collecting testimony, building a case against one of the most powerful families in the Shire, with nothing but patience and determination and an unwavering commitment to the truth. "What must I do?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "How can I ensure that her work was not in vain?" Hamfast rose from his chair and moved to the entrance of the speaking chamber, gazing out into the passages that led back to the market above. "The hearing in 3 days will be our opportunity," he said. "The Bracegirdles will come prepared to discredit your grandmother's records, to paint them as the ravings of a bitter old woman with a grudge against their family. We must be equally prepared to demonstrate their authenticity, to show that every tale she recorded is supported by evidence that cannot be denied." He turned back to face Milo, and in his eyes the young hobbit saw a fire that belied his years. "But first, you must finish the work you have begun. Every tale in your grandmother's collection must be spoken into the archives before the hearing takes place. Once they're part of the greater whole, they cannot be destroyed or suppressed, no matter what judgment the mayor renders. Even if the Bracegirdles win the hearing, even if they convince the market that you're a thief and your grandmother was a liar, the truth will remain, waiting for the day when someone has the courage to seek it out." Milo looked down at the wooden box that held his grandmother's life work, at the notebooks and papers that represented decades of patient labour. There were still hundreds of tales to be read, stories of every description waiting to be spoken into permanence. The task seemed overwhelming, impossible to complete in the time that remained. But as he thought of his grandmother, of the quiet determination that had driven her through years of lonely work, he felt a resolve growing within him that matched her own. "I will not rest until it is done," he said, his voice firm despite his exhaustion. "Every tale she collected will become part of the archives, and the truth she fought to preserve will endure beyond the reach of those who would destroy it." Hamfast smiled, a warm expression that seemed to light up the entire chamber. "That is the spirit, young Burrows. Your grandmother chose her heir well. Now, I must return to the market above and begin making preparations for the hearing. There are witnesses to be contacted, records to be gathered, and allies to be rallied. The Bracegirdles may have wealth and influence on their side, but we have something more powerful. We have the truth, and in this market, that has always been enough." He disappeared into the passage, leaving Milo alone once more with the candle and the tales. The young hobbit took a deep breath, steadying himself for the work ahead, and reached for the next notebook in his grandmother's collection. His voice had grown hoarse from hours of reading, and his eyes ached from straining to decipher her handwriting in the flickering light. But he did not falter, for he understood now that he was not merely preserving stories. He was fighting a battle that his grandmother had begun decades ago, a battle for truth and justice, and the memory of all those who had been wronged by the powerful and the corrupt. The tale he read now was of a young hobbit lass who had loved a boy from a family her parents despised, a story of secret meetings and forbidden letters, and a love that had endured despite every obstacle placed in its path. It was a gentle tale, seemingly far removed from the weighty matters of mills and forgeries and corrupted justice, but as Milo spoke it into the archives, he understood that even the smallest story had value. Love and loss, hope and despair, the everyday struggles of ordinary hobbits living ordinary lives, these too were part of the great tapestry of history, and they deserved to be preserved no less than the grand narratives of wealth and power. The days that followed blurred together in Milo's memory, a haze of reading and sleeping and reading again, broken only by the meals that Hamfast brought down to the speaking chamber and the occasional reports on the preparations taking place above. The old hobbit had thrown himself into the work of organising their defence with an energy that seemed impossible for one of his years, rallying the traders of the market to their cause and sending messages to hobbits across the Shire who might have information relevant to the case against the Bracegirdles. The response had been remarkable. Word of the confrontation in the market square had spread quickly, carried by the informal network of gossip and rumour that connected every village and hamlet in the Four Farthings. Hobbits who'd never met Milo Burrows or heard of his grandmother's work came forward with their own stories of the Bracegirdle family, accounts of sharp dealing and broken promises that stretched back generations. Some came in person, making the journey to Michel Delving to offer their testimony directly. Others sent letters, carefully written accounts of wrongs they had suffered or witnessed, sealed with wax and delivered by trusted messengers. Not all of these stories were relevant to the specific accusations that would be addressed at the hearing, but Hamfast collected them all with meticulous care. Each account, he explained to Milo during one of their brief conversations, was another strand in the web of evidence they were weaving, another voice to add to the chorus of truth that would speak against the Bracegirdle lies. The family had spent decades cultivating a reputation for respectability, using their wealth to purchase silence and their influence to suppress dissent. Now, for the first time, those they had wronged were finding the courage to speak, emboldened by the knowledge that they were not alone. Among the hobbits who came to Michel Delving in those days was an elderly gentle hobbit named Fosco Sandheaver, the last surviving member of the family that had lost their mills to the Bracegirdles so many years ago. He was ancient beyond belief, his face a map of wrinkles, and his hands so palsied that he could barely lift a cup of tea without assistance. But his mind remained sharp, and his memory of the events that had destroyed his family was as clear as if they had happened yesterday. Hamfast brought Fosco to the listening post on the second day, guiding the old hobbit down the narrow passages to the speaking chamber, where Milo sat surrounded by his grandmother's notebooks. The young hobbit rose at their entrance, his eyes widening as he recognized the name that Hamfast spoke in introduction. This was the hobbit whose family had been the first victims of Bracegirdle treachery, the original case upon which all their subsequent crimes had been built. "So you are Lily's grandson," Fosco said, his voice reedy but firm as he lowered himself into one of the chamber's comfortable chairs. "I knew your grandmother, boy. She came to me 40 years ago asking questions about the old days, about the mills and the trial and everything that happened after. I thought she was mad at first, digging up old bones that should have been left buried. But she convinced me in the end. She made me see that some truths are too important to let die." Milo sat across from the old hobbit, his heart racing with the significance of this meeting. "My grandmother never told me about you," he said. "She kept so much of her work secret, even from her own family. I think she was afraid that knowing too much would put us in danger." Fosco nodded, a sad smile creasing his weathered face. "She was wise to be cautious. The Bracegirdles have long arms and longer memories. My own family learned that to our sorrow. After we lost the mills, we tried to rebuild, to start again in other parts of the Shire. But wherever we went, misfortune seemed to follow. Deals fell through, crops failed, friends turned cold. It was as though an invisible hand was working against us, ensuring that we would never recover from what had been done to us." He fell silent for a moment, his eyes distant with memory, and when he spoke again, his voice was heavy with old grief. "My parents died broken and poor, having watched everything they built stripped away by those who had no right to it. My brothers and sisters scattered to the four winds, seeking their fortunes in places where the Bracegirdle name held no power. I alone remained in the Shire, too stubborn or too foolish to leave, clinging to the hope that someday justice would be done." Milo reached out and took the old hobbit's trembling hand in his own. "That hope was not foolish," he said. "My grandmother spent her life gathering the evidence that could expose what the Bracegirdles have done. And now, with your help, we can finally bring that evidence before a hearing where it cannot be ignored." Fosco's eyes brightened at these words, and for a moment Milo could see the young hobbit he had once been, the son of a prosperous family with his whole life ahead of him before everything had been taken away. "Tell me what you need," he said. "I have waited 60 years for this moment. I will not let it pass." What followed was an interview that lasted well into the night, as Fosco recounted every detail he could remember of the events that had destroyed his family. He spoke of the original partnership between his father and the elder Bracegirdle, a business arrangement that had seemed mutually beneficial until the Bracegirdles decided they wanted the mills for themselves. He described the forged documents that had been produced, so skillfully crafted that even experts had been fooled, and the witnesses who had been bribed or intimidated into supporting the Bracegirdle claims. He told of the trial in Michel Delving, the hope that had briefly flickered when the market's judgment went in their favour, and the despair that followed when that judgment was overturned through corruption and political manoeuvring. Every word he spoke, Milo recorded in a fresh notebook, adding his own observations and cross-references to his grandmother's existing records. The picture that emerged was even darker than he had imagined, a pattern of systematic fraud and abuse that had enriched the Bracegirdle family at the expense of countless others over more than half a century. The mills were just the beginning, the foundation upon which they had built an empire of stolen wealth and corrupted influence that reached into every corner of the Shire. When Fosco had finished his account, he leaned back in his chair with a sigh that seemed to release decades of pent-up pain. "There," he said, "it is done. Whatever happens at the hearing, I have finally told the truth to someone who will remember it. Your grandmother would be proud of you, boy. You have her eyes, you know. That same fire that never quite went out, no matter how dark things became." Milo felt tears pricking at the corners of his own eyes as he looked at this hobbit who had lost everything but never stopped believing that justice would someday be served. "I will not let you down," he promised. "I will not let any of them down. All the hobbits who have suffered because of the Bracegirdles and their greed. The truth will be heard, and it will be preserved in these archives where no one can ever silence it again." After Fosco had been guided back to the market above, where Hamfast had arranged comfortable lodging for him until the hearing, Milo returned to his work with renewed determination. The encounter had reminded him of what was truly at stake, not just his grandmother's legacy or his own safety, but the countless lives that had been blighted by the Bracegirdle family's crimes. Each tale he spoke into the archives was a blow against that legacy of corruption, a small act of defiance that added up to something far greater than any single story could accomplish alone. The night before the hearing, Milo finally spoke the last tale from his grandmother's collection into the waiting silence of the speaking chamber. It was a simple story, almost trivial compared to the weighty accounts of fraud and betrayal that had preceded it. A tale of a market trader who had given a hungry child an apple without asking for payment, and how that small act of kindness had been repaid years later, when the child, now grown, had saved the trader from a fire that would have destroyed his stall and everything he owned. As the final words left his lips, Milo felt a shift in the air around him, a subtle change in the quality of the silence that filled the chamber. The carved patterns on the walls pulsed with light, brighter than they had ever been before, and for just a moment he could have sworn he heard voices, countless voices speaking in harmony, welcoming the new tales into the great collection that stretched back to the founding of the market itself. "It is done," he whispered, his voice hoarse from days of reading but filled with quiet triumph. "Grandmother, it is done." The morning of the hearing dawned grey and cool, with clouds hanging low over Michel Delving like a woolen blanket drawn across the sky. Milo emerged from the listening post for the first time in 3 days, blinking in the pale light as his eyes adjusted to the open air. The market square was already filling with hobbits, far more than would normally gather for a routine hearing, drawn by curiosity and rumour and the sense that something momentous was about to unfold. They stood in clusters among the stalls, speaking in hushed voices and casting glances toward the great oak at the square's centre, where a platform had been erected for the proceedings. Hamfast was waiting for Milo at the edge of the square, looking as though he had not slept in days but still possessed of that fierce energy that had driven him throughout the preparations. Beside him stood Fosco Sandheaver, supported by a walking stick on one side and the arm of a young hobbit lass on the other, his ancient face set in an expression of grim determination. Around them had gathered a small army of witnesses, hobbits from every corner of the Shire who had come to add their voices to the case against the Bracegirdles. The Bracegirdles themselves had arrived in force, occupying a section of the square near the platform with the air of those who expected victory. Otho stood at their head, resplendent in a waistcoat of deep burgundy embroidered with gold thread, his expression one of studied confidence. Behind him clustered a retinue of family members, legal advisors, and the same hired hobbits who had accompanied him on his first visit to the market, though today they wore more respectable attire and kept their cudgels hidden from sight. The mayor, Adamanta Chubb, took her place upon the platform as the bells of Michel Delving struck the hour of 9. She wore the traditional robes of her office, a simple garment of grey wool trimmed with green ribbon that spoke of authority without ostentation. Her walking stick had been replaced by the Staff of Judgment, an ancient artifact carved from the wood of the great oak itself, which she held upright before her as a symbol of the power vested in her position. "We are gathered here today," she announced, her voice carrying clearly across the crowded square, "to hear a dispute between Otho Bracegirdle of the East Farthing and Milo Burrows, grandson of Lily Burrows deceased. The matter at hand concerns certain documents and records in the possession of Milo Burrows, which Otho Bracegirdle claims were stolen from his family's archives. Let all who speak today remember that they do so under the eyes of the Great Oak, and that false testimony carries consequences that extend beyond this hearing to touch upon the fortunes of all their kin." A murmur ran through the crowd at this solemn invocation, and more than one hobbit made a sign of warding against ill luck. The customs of the market were not to be taken lightly, and the penalties for those who violated them were believed to be terrible indeed. Otho Bracegirdle stepped forward to present his case, his manner that of a hobbit who had no doubt of the righteousness of his cause. He spoke eloquently of his family's long history in the East Farthing, of the mills and farms and businesses they had built through generations of honest labour. He painted a picture of the Bracegirdles as pillars of the community, generous benefactors who had helped their neighbours through hard times and contributed to the prosperity of the Shire as a whole. Then his tone shifted, becoming darker and more accusatory. He spoke of Lily Burrows as a bitter, envious hobbit who had nursed a grudge against his family for imagined slights. He claimed that she'd spent her life fabricating lies and forgeries designed to damage the Bracegirdle reputation, and that she'd stolen documents from their private archives to support her malicious campaign. Her grandson, he declared, was continuing this campaign of slander, seeking to profit from his grandmother's crimes by threatening to release her fabrications unless he was paid for his silence. The charges were serious, and Otho presented them with a skill that spoke of careful preparation. He produced witnesses of his own, hobbits who testified to having seen Lily Burrows behaving suspiciously near Bracegirdle properties, who claimed to have heard her speak ill of the family in taverns and at market gatherings. He submitted documents purporting to show that certain records in her collection were forgeries, analysed by experts who had declared them to be of recent manufacture rather than the historical documents they claimed to be. Through it all, Milo sat in silence, his hands clasped tightly in his lap, listening to his grandmother's memory being dragged through the mud by hobbits who had never known her kindness or understood her purpose. It took every ounce of his self-control to remain still, to trust in Hamfast's assurances that their turn would come and that the truth would speak louder than any lie, no matter how skillfully presented. When Otho had finished his presentation, the mayor turned to Milo and nodded for him to speak. The young hobbit rose on legs that trembled slightly, feeling the weight of hundreds of eyes upon him as he made his way to the platform. He had never spoken before such a gathering, had never been called upon to defend anything more important than his choice of vegetable for supper. But as he climbed the steps and turned to face the crowd, he felt a calm settle over him that seemed to come from somewhere outside himself, as though unseen hands were steadying his shoulders and quiet voices were whispering encouragement in his ears. "My grandmother was not a thief," he began, his voice stronger than he had expected. "She was not bitter, and she was not a liar. She was a collector of stories, a preserver of truths that powerful hobbits would prefer to see forgotten. She spent her life listening to the tales of ordinary folk, recording their experiences and their memories so that future generations might learn from what came before. Some of those tales were pleasant, stories of love and friendship and simple joys. Others were darker, accounts of wrongs that had never been righted and injustices that had never been addressed." He paused, letting his gaze sweep across the assembled hobbits until it came to rest upon Otho Bracegirdle's carefully composed face. "The Bracegirdles fear my grandmother's collection because it contains the truth about how their fortune was built. Not through honest labour and good business, as Master Otho would have you believe, but through fraud and theft and the systematic destruction of families who dared to stand in their way." A gasp ran through the crowd at this accusation, and Otho's expression darkened with anger. But before he could voice an objection, Milo pressed on, his words flowing with a conviction that surprised even himself. The first victims were the Sandheavers, a family who built the mills at Whitfurrows with their own hands. The Bracegirdles coveted those mills and took them through forged documents and bribed witnesses. When the market's judgment went against them, they used their wealth and influence to have that judgment overturned, and they hounded the Sandheavers until they had nothing left. He gestured towards where Fosco Sandheaver sat, ancient and frail, but with fire still burning in his eyes. Fosco Sandheaver is here today to tell you his story, to speak the truth that has been silenced for 60 years, and he is not alone. Behind me stand hobbits from across the Shire who have their own tales to tell, their own experiences of Bracegirdle treachery. My grandmother spent her life collecting these stories, and before she died, she charged me with ensuring that they would never be lost. The crowd had grown utterly silent, hanging on every word. Even Otho Bracegirdle seemed momentarily at a loss, his prepared objections dying on his lips in the face of Milo's unexpected eloquence. But I have done more than merely preserve these stories, Milo continued. Over the past 3 days, I have spoken every tale in my grandmother's collection into the archives of the Listening Post, where they have been accepted and protected by the same enchantments that guard all the records of this market. Whatever judgment is rendered today, the truth will endure. The Bracegirdles can destroy my grandmother's notebooks, can silence me and everyone who stands with me, but they cannot reach into the heart of Michel Delving and erase what has been recorded there. He turned to face the mayor directly, his eyes meeting hers without flinching. I ask only that you hear our witnesses, Madam Mayor. Let them speak their truths under the eyes of the Great Oak, and then render whatever judgment your wisdom deems fit. If we are liars and forgers, as Master Otho claims, let our testimony damn us. But if we speak the truth, let that truth finally be acknowledged, and let the Bracegirdles answer for the crimes they have committed against the good hobbits of this Shire. The silence that followed his words seemed to stretch for an eternity, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the great oak overhead. Then, slowly, Mayor Adamanta Chubb nodded her head in acknowledgement. Let the witnesses come forward, she declared. Let them speak and let the truth be known. The witnesses came forward one by one, each adding their voice to the tapestry of testimony that was slowly being woven before the assembled hobbits of Michel Delving. First came Fosco Sandheaver, helped to the platform by the young hobbit lass who had been at his side all morning, his ancient body trembling with the effort but his voice clear and unwavering as he recounted the story of his family's destruction. He spoke of his father's partnership with the elder Bracegirdle, of the trust that had been betrayed and the documents that had been forged. He described the trial in this very market square, 60 years past, and the hope that had briefly flickered before being extinguished by corruption and political manipulation. As Fosco spoke, a change seemed to come over the crowd. Hobbits who had arrived skeptical or merely curious found themselves leaning forward, their expressions shifting from doubt to something approaching outrage. The old hobbit's pain was evident in every word, and his account had the ring of truth that no amount of preparation or coaching could have produced. When he finished and was helped back to his seat, a murmur of sympathy ran through the square, and more than one hobbit was seen wiping tears from their eyes. Otho Bracegirdle attempted to object, claiming that Fosco's testimony was the rambling of a senile old fool whose memory could not be trusted. But Mayor Adamanta silenced him with a look that could have frozen the Brandywine in midsummer, and the parade of witnesses continued. There came hobbits from the North Farthing who had lost farms to Bracegirdle machinations, families who had been driven from their homes by mysterious misfortunes that always seemed to benefit their wealthy neighbours. There came traders from markets across the Shire who had been cheated in deals with Bracegirdle agents, left with worthless goods or unpaid debts while the family's fortune grew ever larger. There came former servants who had worked in Bracegirdle households and witnessed conversations and transactions that painted a damning picture of systematic corruption. Each witness spoke under the eyes of the Great Oak, their words carrying the weight of truth that the market's ancient customs demanded. Some were nervous, stumbling over their words and glancing fearfully towards where the Bracegirdle contingent sat, in increasingly uncomfortable silence. Others were bold, their voices ringing with long-suppressed anger as they finally gave vent to grievances that had been festering for years or even decades. But all of them told stories that echoed and reinforced each other, painting a picture of a family that had built its empire on the suffering of others. The most devastating testimony came from an unexpected source. Midway through the morning, a hobbit emerged from the crowd and made her way toward the platform with the hesitant steps of one who had not planned to speak but could no longer remain silent. She was middle-aged, well-dressed in the manner of someone accustomed to comfortable living, and there was a haunted quality to her eyes that spoke of secrets long kept and burdens heavily borne. "My name is Peony Bracegirdle," she announced, and gasps erupted from the crowd at the revelation. "I am the sister of Otho Bracegirdle, and I have come to speak the truth about my family." The silence that followed was absolute, every hobbit in the square holding their breath as they waited to hear what she would say. Otho himself had gone pale as milk, his carefully maintained composure cracking for the first time since the hearing began. He rose from his seat as though to object, but no words came from his lips, and after a moment he sank back down, his eyes fixed on his sister with an expression that mingled fury and fear in equal measure. Peony spoke for nearly an hour, her voice steady despite the tears that occasionally streamed down her cheeks. She told of growing up in the Bracegirdle household, of learning from childhood that the rules that applied to other hobbits did not apply to her family. She described the casual cruelty with which her father and grandfather had spoken of their business dealings, the contempt they showed for those they cheated and destroyed. She produced documents from the folds of her dress, letters and ledgers that she had stolen from the family archives years ago and kept hidden against the day when she might find the courage to use them. "I have lived with this shame all my life," she said, her voice breaking on the final words. "I've enjoyed the comforts that my family's wealth provided, while knowing that every coin was stained with the suffering of others. When I heard that someone had finally gathered the evidence to expose what we have done, I knew that I could not remain silent any longer. Whatever punishment falls upon my family, I accept my share of it. But I will not let this chance for justice pass without adding my voice to those who have been wronged." The documents she produced were examined by the mayor and found to be genuine, records in the handwriting of Bracegirdle patriarchs past that corroborated the testimony of every witness who had spoken before. They detailed bribes paid and witnesses intimidated, transactions designed to strip assets from victims who had no idea they were being cheated, and instructions for destroying evidence that might expose the family's crimes. It was a damning archive of corruption, compiled over generations and preserved with the meticulous care of hobbits who never imagined that their own records might one day be used against them. By the time the last witness had spoken and the final document had been examined, the sun had passed its zenith and was beginning its slow descent toward the western horizon. The crowd in the market square had swelled throughout the day as word of the proceedings spread, until it seemed that half the hobbits in the Westfarthing had gathered to witness the unfolding drama. They stood in hushed anticipation as Mayor Adamanta rose from her seat and took up the staff of judgment once more. "I have heard the testimony," she declared, her voice carrying across the silent square. "I have examined the evidence presented by both parties, and I have consulted the ancient records of this market, including those tales that have recently been added to the archives of the Listening Post." She paused, her gaze sweeping across the assembled hobbits until it came to rest upon Otho Bracegirdle, who sat rigid in his seat like a hobbit awaiting the fall of an executioner's blade. "The accusations brought against Milo Burrows are without merit," she continued. "The documents in his possession are not stolen property but the rightful inheritance of his grandmother's life work, collected through honest inquiry and preserved for the benefit of all the Shire. Far from being lies and forgeries, they have been corroborated by testimony given under the eyes of the Great Oak, testimony that I find to be truthful and compelling." A sound like a great sigh passed through the crowd, the release of tension that had been building throughout the long day of proceedings. But the mayor was not finished, and she raised her hand for silence before continuing. "As for the Bracegirdle family, the evidence presented today paints a picture of systematic wrongdoing stretching back generations. The full extent of their crimes is beyond the jurisdiction of this hearing to address, but certain immediate judgments can and must be rendered." She struck the staff of judgment against the platform 3 times, each blow echoing across the square like a thunderclap. "First, the judgment rendered 60 years ago in the matter of the Sandheaver Mills is hereby reinstated. The Bracegirdle family shall return those mills to the last surviving member of the Sandheaver family, along with compensation for the profits they have wrongfully enjoyed during the years of their occupation." A cry of joy escaped from Fosco Sandheaver's lips, tears streaming down his weathered face as the justice he had waited 6 decades to receive was finally pronounced. "Second," the mayor continued, "an investigation shall be opened into all matters raised in today's testimony. Those found to have committed crime shall be held accountable according to the laws of the Shire, regardless of their wealth or station. Third, The archives of the listening post shall be open to all who seek to learn the truth of what has been recorded there. The tales collected by Lily Burrows and preserved by her grandson shall be available for any Hobbit to consult, so that the lessons of the past may guide the decisions of the future. She lowered the staff of judgment and fixed Otho Bracegirdle with a look that seemed to pierce through all his pretensions and see the smallness of the Hobbit beneath. This hearing is concluded. Justice has been served. The square erupted in cheers as hobbits embraced each other and shouted their approval of the mayor's judgment. Milo found himself surrounded by well-wishers, hobbits he had never met who clasped his hand and thanked him for what he had done. Through the press of bodies, he caught a glimpse of Otho Bracegirdle being escorted away by the market wardens, his face a mask of defeated fury, while his sister Peony stood alone at the edge of the platform, weeping with what might have been relief or grief or some complicated mixture of both. But the face Milo sought most eagerly was that of old Hamfast Greenhill, and when he found it among the celebrating crowd, the smile that creased the ancient hobbit's features was worth more than all the cheers and congratulations in the world. In the days that followed the hearing, the Shire was transformed by a wave of change that rippled outward, from Michel Delving like rings spreading across the surface of a still pond. The Bracegirdle family, once among the most powerful and feared clans in the East Farthing, found their fortunes crumbling with a speed that astonished even those who had long suspected the rot beneath their gleaming facade. Investigations revealed crime after crime, debt after debt, wrong after wrong that had been papered over by wealth and silenced by intimidation. Hobbits who had feared to speak for generations now came forward in droves, adding their voices to the chorus of accusation that buried the family beneath an avalanche of their own misdeeds. Otho Bracegirdle himself was tried before the mayor of Hobbiton, found guilty of numerous counts of fraud and corruption, and sentenced to make restitution to all those his family had wronged. The fortune that had been accumulated over generations was dispersed in compensation payments and fines, flowing back to the families and communities from which it had been stolen. The grand Bracegirdle holdings were sold off piece by piece, their contents scattered to the four corners of the Shire, until nothing remained but empty holes and the fading memory of a name that had once inspired fear. Fosco Sandheaver did not live to see the mills returned to his possession. The old hobbit passed peacefully in his sleep 3 weeks after the hearing, a smile upon his face and a sense of completion in his heart that had eluded him for 60 years. But his legacy lived on through the young hobbit lass who had supported him throughout the proceedings, revealed to be his granddaughter through a son who had fled the Shire decades past and built a new life in distant lands. She took possession of the Whitfurrows mills in his name and restored them to their former glory, grinding grain for the folk of the East Farthing as the Sandheavers had done in the days before the betrayal. Peony Bracegirdle, whose testimony had been so crucial to the exposure of her family's crimes, found herself an outcast among her own kin, but welcomed with surprising warmth by the hobbits her family had wronged. She devoted the remainder of her days to making amends for the sins she had benefited from, working alongside those who had suffered to rebuild what had been destroyed. It was said that she never smiled again, that the weight of her family's legacy pressed upon her shoulders until the day she died. But there were those who claimed to see a quiet peace in her eyes, the peace of one who has finally done what conscience demanded. As for Milo Burrows, the young hobbit who had fled across the Shire with nothing but a box of notebooks and a prayer, he found himself transformed by the events of those remarkable days into something he'd never imagined becoming. The hobbits of Michel Delving, recognising in him the same dedication to truth that had driven his grandmother, invited him to remain in the market town and take up a role that had stood vacant for 20 years. He became the new Keeper of Tales, guardian of the archives that his grandmother's collection had now joined, charged with the sacred duty of preserving the stories of the Shire for generations yet unborn. It was a responsibility that Milo accepted with humility and gratitude, understanding at last the full scope of what his grandmother had been working toward all those years. The listening post became his home, its impossible chambers and endless shelves of records his domain, and hobbits from across the Four Farthings made the journey to Michel Delving to share their tales with the young keeper who listened with such patience and recorded with such care. Some brought stories of triumph and joy, accounts of love found and dreams fulfilled that deserved to be remembered. Others brought darker tales, grievances and wrongs that needed to be documented before they could begin to heal. Milo welcomed them all, understanding that every story, no matter how humble or how painful, was a thread in the great tapestries of history that it was his privilege to help weave. Hamfast Greenhill remained his closest friend and advisor, the old seed seller whose intervention had set everything in motion, continuing to watch over the market and its newest guardian with the protective eye of a grandfather. They would often sit together in the evenings, sharing pipes of Longbottom leaf and discussing the day's tales, the old hobbit's wisdom complementing the young one's enthusiasm in a partnership that enriched them both. When Hamfast finally passed, peacefully and full of years, Milo spoke his funeral words beneath the great oak in the market square, recounting the tale of a hobbit who had devoted his life to the simple virtues of honest dealing and loyal friendship. The market of Michel Delving continued to thrive, its reputation for fair dealing and truthful commerce spreading ever wider as the years passed. Traders came from distant lands, drawn by stories of a place where the old customs still held sway and a hobbit's word was truly his bond. Dwarves from the Blue Mountains made the long journey to sell their crafts and hear the tales preserved in the listening post, finding in those ancient records accounts of their own ancestors that had been thought lost forever. Even the occasional elf, tall and strange and full of memories stretching back to the dawn of ages, would appear in the market from time to time, seeking or sharing knowledge that transcended the brief lives of mortal folk. The tale of Lily Burrows and her grandson became one of the most popular stories in the market's collection, told and retold until it took on the quality of legend. Children who had not been born when the events occurred would gather around their elders to hear how a young hobbit had stood against a powerful family armed with nothing but the truth, and how the ancient customs of the market had proven stronger than all the gold in the Shire. The moral of the tale was never stated explicitly, for hobbits have always preferred to let their stories speak for themselves, but every listener understood it nonetheless. Truth endures, justice prevails, and even the humblest among us can change the world if they have the courage to speak what they know to be right. Years turned to decades, and decades to generations, and still the market of Michel Delving stood at the heart of Shire commerce, its customs unchanged, its archives ever-growing. The great oak spread its branches over the square like a blessing, and the listening post kept its secrets in chambers that existed somewhere between the waking world and dream. New keepers came and went, each adding their own contributions to the collection, each learning the weight of responsibility that came with guarding the memory of a people. And on quiet evenings, when the market stalls were closed and the last traders had departed for their homes, it was said that voices could sometimes be heard drifting from the window of the listening post. Not the voice of the current keeper reading the day's new tales into the archives, but something older and stranger, a chorus of whispers that spoke in languages both known and forgotten. Some claimed it was the echo of all the stories ever told within those walls, still resonating through the enchanted chambers like music that never quite fades away. Others believed it was the spirits of keepers past, continuing their work in death as they had in life, ensuring that no tale would ever truly be lost. Whatever the truth of such rumours, one thing was certain. The market of Michel Delving had stood for centuries, and it would stand for centuries more, a testament to the simple values that hobbits held dear and the power of stories to preserve what mattered most. In a world of great powers and terrible shadows, of wars that shook the foundations of Middle-earth and evils that threatened to devour all that was good and green, the little market in the Westfarthing endured as a reminder that some things are stronger than darkness. For in the end, as old Hamfast Greenhill had once told a frightened young hobbit with a box full of notebooks, stories are the currency of memory. They are the wealth that one generation passes to the next, the inheritance that cannot be stolen or squandered or lost. As long as there are hobbits willing to tell tales, and hobbits willing to listen, as long as there are voices to speak the truth and ears to hear it, the spirit of the Shire will endure. And somewhere in the heart of Michel Delving, in a chamber that exists beyond the reach of time and trouble, a candle burns with a flame that never dims, and the archives wait patiently for the next tale to be told. Story 2. In the gentle lands of the Shire, where the hills rolled like green waves frozen in time and the smoke from 100 hobbit holes curled lazily into skies of perpetual blue, there existed a place of such wonder and delight that hobbits would travel from the farthest corners of the Four Farthings just to witness its splendour. This was Michel Delving, the chief town of the Shire, and at its heart beat the most extraordinary marketplace that any halfling had ever known. The market had stood in the same spot for longer than any living hobbit could remember, its cobblestones worn smooth by countless generations of furry feet, its wooden stalls weathered by centuries of summer suns and winter snows. Here, beneath awnings of faded canvas and between barrels overflowing with the bounty of the earth, the hobbits of the Shire came together to trade, to gossip, and to celebrate the simple abundance that made their lives so remarkably content. It was on a morning in late autumn when the leaves of the party tree in Hobbiton had turned to gold and the air carried the first crisp promise of winter, that an old hobbit named Tobold Hornblower the Younger made his way along the winding road to Michel Delving. Now, despite his name suggesting youth, Tobold was anything but young. His hair had long since turned the colour of fresh cream, and his face bore the pleasant creases of one who had spent a lifetime smiling at good fortune and frowning at bad pipeweed. He walked with a sturdy oak staff, though he needed it less for support than for pointing at interesting mushrooms along the roadside, and his pack was laden with goods he intended to trade at the market. Tobold was a storyteller by nature and a merchant by necessity, and he had discovered long ago that the two professions complemented each other remarkably well. For in the Shire, where hobbits valued a good tale almost as much as a good meal, a merchant who could weave words as skillfully as a weaver worked thread would never want for customers. His specialty was pipeweed, naturally, for he was a descendant of the very Tobold Hornblower, who had first introduced the art of smoking to the Shire, and he carried with him pouches of the finest longbottom leaf, Old Toby and Southern Star, that the South Farthing could produce. As he crested the final hill and looked down upon Michel Delving, spread out before him like a quilt of brown and green and golden thatch, Tobold felt his old heart swell with the familiar excitement that the market always brought him. The town was already bustling with activity, for market day in Michel Delving was an event that began well before dawn and did not conclude until the stars had fully claimed the sky. Carts rumbled along the main thoroughfare, pulled by ponies whose breath steamed in the cool morning air. Hobbit wives hurried past with baskets on their arms, chattering to one another about the freshness of the vegetables and the outrageous prices the Bracegirdles were charging for their honey this season. Children darted between the legs of their elders, their laughter ringing out like bells as they chased one another through the crowded streets. Tobold made his way to his usual spot near the centre of the market, a prime location that he'd claimed decades ago through a combination of persistence, charm, and a well-timed gift of exceptional pipeweed to the market's master at the time. He set up his stall with practiced efficiency, arranging his pouches and bundles in neat rows, hanging samples from hooks so that passers-by might catch a whiff of their aromatic contents. By the time the morning sun had climbed high enough to warm the cobblestones, Tobold was ready for business, his pipe lit and a welcoming smile upon his weathered face. The first customer of the day was a young hobbit lass named Poppy Bolger, who approached his stall with the determined expression of one on a mission of great importance. She was perhaps 20 years of age, which in hobbit terms meant she was barely out of childhood, and her copper-coloured curls bounced as she walked. In her hands she clutched a small purse that jingled with coins, and her eyes were fixed upon the pouches of pipeweed with an intensity that suggested this was no casual purchase. "Good morning to you, Mr. Hornblower," she said, her voice carrying the bright tones of the West Farthing. "My grandfather sent me to fetch him some of your finest Old Toby. He says there's none better in all the Shire, and he's tried them all, or so he claims." Tobold chuckled, a warm sound that rumbled up from somewhere deep in his substantial belly. "Your grandfather would be old Gabadoc Bolger, if I'm not mistaken. A fine judge of pipeweed, that one. I remember when he first started smoking, back when his beard was still brown and his appetite was even more prodigious than it is now. He came to me seeking advice, and I told him what I tell everyone. The secret to good smoking isn't just in the leaf, my dear. It's in the patience. You must let the pipeweed speak to you. Let it tell its story through the smoke." Poppy nodded solemnly, as though receiving wisdom of great importance, which in the Shire, matters of pipeweed certainly were. She counted out her coins with careful precision, and Tobold selected a pouch of Old Toby that he knew would please old Gorbadoc immensely. As he handed it to her, he leaned forward with a conspiratorial wink. Tell your grandfather that this particular batch was grown in the field behind the old mill, the one where the stream bends twice before reaching the pond. The soil there has a quality that can't be found anywhere else in the South Farthing. He'll taste the difference, mark my words." The young hobbit thanked him profusely and hurried off with her prize, and Tobold watched her go with the satisfaction of a craftsman who had placed his work in appreciative hands. But no sooner had she disappeared into the crowd than another customer appeared, and then another, and soon Tobold found himself in the pleasant rhythm of trade that made market days pass like hours in a dream. It was near midday, when the sun hung directly overhead and the market had reached its peak of activity, that a most unusual figure appeared at Tobold's stall. He was a hobbit, certainly, for he had the characteristic stature and the large, furry feet of his kind, but there was something about him that set him apart from the ordinary folk of the Shire. His clothes were travel-worn, patched in places and faded by sun and rain, and he carried upon his back a pack so large and so stuffed with mysterious shapes that it seemed to defy the laws of nature that such a small person could bear such a burden. His eyes were the colour of autumn leaves, and they held within them a depth of experience that spoke of journeys far beyond the borders of the Shire. The stranger approached Tobold's stall and stood for a moment in silence, his gaze moving over the arrangements of pipeweed with an expression that was difficult to read. When at last he spoke, his voice was soft and melodious, carrying an accent that Tobold could not quite place. "You are Tobold Hornblower," he said, "and it was not a question. I have heard your name spoken in places far from here, in taverns where the fire burns low, and travellers share tales of the roads they have walked. They say you know stories of this market, and the hobbits who have traded here through the long years." Tobold felt a curious mixture of pride and wariness stir within his chest. He was not accustomed to strangers, for strangers were rare in the Shire, and those few who did appear were often the subject of suspicious whispers and sidelong glances. Yet there was something in this hobbit's manner that put him at ease, a quality of genuine curiosity that reminded Tobold of himself in younger days. "I know a tale or two," Tobold admitted, tamping down the tobacco in his pipe with a practised thumb. "But stories have a price, same as everything else in this market. What do you have to trade, stranger?" The traveller smiled, and it transformed his face from something guarded and weathered into something warm and open. He reached into his pack and withdrew an object wrapped in cloth of deep blue. When he unwrapped it, Tobold gasped, for lying in the stranger's palm was a pipe unlike any he had ever seen. It was carved from wood so dark it seemed almost black, and along its stem wound patterns of silver that caught the light and threw it back in dancing motes. The bowl was shaped like a dragon's head, and tiny gems of red and green glinted where its eyes should be. "This pipe was made by dwarves in the Blue Mountains," the stranger said. "It was given to me by a merchant in Bree, who received it from a traveller out of the east, who claimed it had once belonged to a great lord of men in ages past. I do not know if this is true, but I know that it smokes sweeter than any pipe I have ever owned. I will trade it for your stories, Tobold Hornblower. Tell me of this market and the wonders it has seen, and the pipe is yours." Tobold stared at the magnificent pipe, his old heart beating faster than it had in years. He thought of all the tales he knew, the generations of hobbits who had lived and traded and loved and lost within the boundaries of Michel Delving, and he knew that this was an offer he could not refuse. "Very well, stranger," he said at last, reaching out to take the pipe with reverent hands. "Find yourself a seat and fill your own pipe, for the tale I am about to tell you is long, and it begins in a time when this market was young and the world was full of wonders that we simple hobbits can scarcely imagine today." The stranger settled himself upon an upturned barrel that Tobold kept beside his stall for just such occasions, and from his own pack he produced a pipe of more modest design, though it was clearly well loved and well used. He packed it with leaf from one of Tobold's pouches, a gesture of trust and good faith that the old merchant appreciated, and soon both hobbits sat wreathed in fragrant smoke while the bustle of the market continued around them like a river flowing past two stones in its bed. "Now then," Tobold began, his voice taking on the cadence of one who has told many tales and knows precisely how to capture a listener's attention. "To understand the Michel Delving market as it is today, you must first understand what it was in the beginning. For this market did not spring up overnight like mushrooms after rain. No, it grew slowly, over generations, nurtured by the dreams and labours of hobbits who understood that trade is more than the simple exchange of goods. Trade, my friend, is the exchange of stories. Every object that passes from one hand to another carries with it a tale, and those tales accumulate like leaves falling upon the forest floor, until they form something rich and deep and full of hidden wonders. The stranger nodded, drawing upon his pipe with evident pleasure, and Tobold continued, warming to his subject as he always did when given an appreciative audience. The first market in Michel Delving was held in the year 1601 by Shire reckoning, which is to say, the very first year of the Shire itself. When the brothers Marco and Blanco led our people across the Brandywine River and claimed these lands as our own, they knew that a scattered folk cannot long remain united without a place to gather, and so they decreed that once each month, on the day of the full moon, all hobbits who wished to trade their wares should come to the place where the two great roads crossed, the east-west road and the road that ran north to south through the heart of what would become the West Farthing. That crossroads, stranger, is the very spot where we now sit. Tobold gestured with his pipe at the cobblestones beneath their feet, worn smooth by centuries of traffic, and the stranger looked down with new appreciation, as though he could see through the stones to the layers of history buried beneath them. In those early days, the market was a humble affair. Hobbits would spread blankets upon the grass and display whatever surplus they had managed to produce. Vegetables mostly, for our people have always been gifted gardeners, and perhaps some simple crafts, baskets woven from rushes or tools fashioned from wood and stone. There was no money then, not as we know it today. Everything was traded directly, a bushel of potatoes for a well-made shovel, a basket of apples for a warm woolen cloak. The hobbits would bargain and bicker and eventually shake hands, and then they would sit together and share a meal, for no market day was complete without food and fellowship. The stranger smiled at this, and Tobold suspected he was imagining those long-ago hobbits, so different from their descendants in some ways and yet so fundamentally the same. But as the years passed and the Shire grew more prosperous, the market grew with it. Permanent stalls were built, first of rough timber and later of proper planked wood with canvas awnings to keep off the rain. The monthly gathering became a weekly event and then, for those who could afford to maintain a permanent presence, a daily occurrence. Guilds were formed, the Bakers' Guild and the Weavers' Guild and the Potters' Guild, and each guild claimed a section of the market as its own. The Michel Delving market became famous throughout the Shire, and hobbits would travel for days just to see its wonders and perhaps to trade for goods that could not be found in their own villages. Tobold paused to relight his pipe, which had gone out during his narration, and the stranger took the opportunity to ask a question. "You spoke of stories," he said, his autumn-coloured eyes keen with interest. "You said that every object carries a tale. Tell me, then, of an object and its story. Show me what you mean." Tobold considered the request for a moment, his brow furrowing in thought. Then his face brightened, and he reached beneath his stall to retrieve a small wooden box that he kept there for just such moments. The box was old, its surface worn smooth by countless hands, and when Tobold opened it, the stranger leaned forward to see what lay within. Inside the box, resting upon a bed of faded velvet, was a single silver button. It was tarnished with age, but even so, the stranger could see that it had once been beautiful, its surface engraved with a design of leaves and flowers so delicate that they seemed almost alive. "This button," Tobold said, lifting it from the box and holding it up to catch the light, "has been in my family for 7 generations. It came to the Michel Delving market in the year 1743, brought by a hobbit named Rosamunda Took, who was my great-great-great-grandmother. She was a remarkable woman, by all accounts, with a spirit of adventure that was unusual even for a Took. In her youth, she had travelled to Bree and beyond, and she had seen things that most hobbits could scarcely imagine. But by the time she came to the market with this button, she was old and tired and ready to settle into a quiet life in the Shire." The stranger reached out and Tobold placed the button in his palm. The traveller turned it over, examining the intricate engraving with obvious appreciation. "Rosamunda had acquired this button in Bree," Tobold continued, "from a man who claimed it had been torn from the coat of a king. Now, whether this was true or merely a tale told to increase the button's value, no one can say. But Rosamunda believed it, and she treasured the button as though it were worth more than all the gold in the Shire. When she came to the market that day in 1743, she was not looking to sell it. She'd come to buy flour and sugar and the other necessities of life. But fate, as it often does, had other plans. Tobold accepted the button back from the stranger and gazed at it with fond remembrance, as though he could see through its tarnished surface to the events of that long-ago market day. You see, Rosamunda's purse was stolen that day, picked from her pocket by a clever thief who was never caught. She found herself stranded in Michel Delving with no money and no way to purchase the goods she needed. She was too proud to beg and too old to work for wages, so she did the only thing she could think of. She took out this button, this precious memento of her adventurous youth, and she offered it for trade. The stranger's eyes widened slightly, for he could sense that the story was approaching its climax, and Tobold did not disappoint. Now, it happened that a young hobbit named Bungo Hornblower was at the market that day, selling pipeweed from his father's fields in the South Farthing. He saw Rosamunda sitting alone by the fountain, the button clutched in her weathered hands and tears streaming down her wrinkled cheeks. He approached her and asked what troubled her, and when she told him her tale, he was moved by her plight. He purchased the button from her, not for its monetary value, which was considerable, but because he could not bear to see an old woman weep. He gave her enough money to buy everything she needed and more besides, and he asked only one thing in return. What did he ask? The stranger inquired, leaning forward with genuine curiosity. He asked her to tell him the story of the button, Tobold replied. He asked her to share the tale of how she had acquired it and what it meant to her. And Rosamunda, grateful beyond words for his kindness, sat with him for hours, spinning tales of her adventures in Bree and the strange folk she had met there. By the time she finished, the sun had set and the market had closed, but Bungo Hornblower had gained something far more valuable than a silver button. He had gained a friend, and he had learned a lesson that he passed down to his children and his children's children, a lesson that I carry with me to this day. The stranger waited, and Tobold smiled, the lines of his face deepening with warmth and wisdom. The lesson is this, the old hobbit said. In the Michel Delving market, as in life itself, the true value of an object is not measured in coins or crops or any material thing. It is measured in the stories it carries and the connections it creates between one soul and another. This button has no practical use. It will not keep me warm in winter or fill my belly when I'm hungry. But it reminds me of who I am and where I come from, and that, my friend, is worth more than all the gold in Erebor. The stranger sat in thoughtful silence for a long moment, his pipe forgotten in his hand. Then he nodded slowly, and when he spoke his voice was thick with emotion. I understand now why your name is spoken in distant places, Tobold Hornblower. You're not merely a merchant of pipeweed. You're a keeper of stories, a guardian of memory. The market is fortunate to have you. Tobold waved away the compliment with characteristic hobbit modesty, but his eyes sparkled with pleasure. The market has many such keepers, he said. I am but one of many who remember the old tales and pass them on to those who wish to hear them. Speaking of which, would you like to hear another? The day is still young, and I have stories enough to fill a lifetime. The stranger settled back upon his barrel, his eyes bright with anticipation. I would like nothing more, he said. Tell me another tale of the Michel Delving market. And so Tobold Hornblower packed his pipe with fresh leaf, and the smoke rose around him like the mists of memory, and he began another tale, his voice weaving through the noise of the market like a golden thread through a tapestry of many colours. The tale I am about to tell you, Tobold began, settling deeper into his seat as the afternoon sun cast long shadows across the cobblestones, concerns an event that took place in the year 1847, which is to say, some 200 years ago and more. It was a time of great prosperity in the Shire, when the harvests were plentiful and the winters mild, and the hobbits of Michel Delving had grown fat and comfortable in their contentment. But as is often the case when folk become too comfortable, they had also grown somewhat complacent, and they had forgotten that the world beyond the borders of the Shire was not always so kind or so predictable. The stranger drew upon his pipe and listened with the attentiveness of one who knows that the best stories often begin with warnings of troubles to come. In those days, Tobold continued, the Michel Delving market was presided over by a hobbit named Fastolf Whitfoot, who was the great-grandfather of the current mayor, Will Whitfoot. Fastolf was a sensible sort, practical and level-headed, with a talent for resolving disputes and a nose for bargains that was legendary throughout the Four Farthings. Under his guidance, the market had flourished as never before, and the stalls stretched from the town hall at the western end of the square all the way to the old stone bridge at the eastern end, where the road crossed the small stream that flowed down from the hills above. Now, it happened that in the spring of that year, a most unusual visitor arrived at the market. He was not a hobbit, mind you, but a man, and not just any man, but a travelling merchant from the distant lands of the south, beyond even Gondor, if his tales were to be believed. He came with a caravan of 3 wagons, each one loaded with goods the likes of which the hobbits of Michel Delving had never seen. There were bolts of silk in colours that seemed to shift and shimmer like water in sunlight. There were spices that filled the air with fragrances so exotic that hobbits would stop in their tracks just to breathe them in. There were jewellery and trinkets and curious mechanical devices that whirred and clicked and performed tricks that seemed almost like magic. The stranger's eyes lit up at this description, and Tobold could see that he was imagining the scene, the wonder and excitement that must have gripped the market that day. The man's name was Dorian Sablehand, and he was as charming as he was mysterious. He set up his wagons in the centre of the market square, claiming the best location through the sheer audacity and a generous donation to the town coffers, and he began to sell his wares with a silver tongue that could convince a miser to part with his last penny. The hobbits of Michel Delving, who had never encountered anyone quite like him, were utterly enchanted. They crowded around his wagons from dawn to dusk, marvelling at his exotic goods and hanging on his every word. Tobold paused to knock the ash from his pipe, and the stranger waited patiently, knowing that the story was far from over. At first all seemed well. The hobbits were happy to trade their hard-earned coins for Dorian's wondrous merchandise, and Dorian seemed equally happy to accept them. But as the days passed, the other merchants of the market began to notice something troubling. Their own stalls, which had always done brisk business, were now largely empty. The hobbits who once came to buy their vegetables and their cloth and their household goods now spent all their money on silks and spices and glittering trinkets. The local craftsmen found themselves with goods they could not sell, and the farmers watched their produce rot in their stalls while the crowds gathered around the stranger's wagons. The stranger nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. He could see where this story was heading, but he did not interrupt, for he knew that a tale well told must be allowed to unfold at its own pace. Fastolf Whitfoot, being the sensible hobbit that he was, recognised the danger before anyone else. He saw that the market, which had always been a place of balance and mutual benefit, was being thrown into chaos by this outsider and his seductive wares. The local merchants were suffering, and if things continued as they were, many of them would be ruined. But what could he do? Dorian had broken no laws. He had paid his fees and followed all the rules of the market. He was simply a better salesman than anyone else, and in the world of trade that was supposed to be a virtue, not a crime. Tobold smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling with the memory of a story he had heard many times as a child. But Fastolf was not only sensible, he was also clever, and he understood something that many hobbits often forget. He understood that the strength of the Shire lay not in any single individual, but in the community as a whole. And so he called a meeting of all the merchants in the market, from the wealthiest guildmaster to the humblest vegetable seller, and he proposed a plan that would either save them all or destroy them utterly. What was his plan? The stranger asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Fastolf proposed that instead of competing against Dorian individually, which was a battle they could not win, the merchants should band together and create something that Dorian could not offer, something that no outsider could ever replicate. He proposed the first Michel Delving Market Festival. The stranger's brow furrowed in puzzlement, and Tobold chuckled at his confusion. You see, Tobold explained, Fastolf understood that while Dorian could offer exotic goods and silver-tongued salesmanship, he could not offer what the hobbits of the Shire truly valued above all else. He could not offer community. He could not offer tradition. He could not offer the warmth of neighbours who had known each other for generations, sharing food and drink and stories beneath the open sky. And so, on a day in late spring when the apple blossoms were falling like snow and the air was sweet with the promise of summer, the merchants of Michel Delving put aside their competition and came together as one. They decorated the market square with ribbons and flowers. They set up long tables laden with the finest food the Shire could produce, pies and cakes and roasted meats and fresh-baked bread, all offered freely to anyone who came. They organised games and contests, foot races for the children, and tug-of-war for the young folk, and a pipe-smoking competition for the elders. They hired musicians to play the old songs, the ones that every hobbit knew by heart, and they danced in the streets until the stars came out. Tobold's voice had taken on a wistful quality, as though he could see that long-ago festival playing out before his eyes. And when the hobbits of Michel Delving gathered in the market square that day, they remembered why they had built the market in the first place. They remembered that it was not merely a place to buy and sell goods, but a place to come together, to strengthen the bonds that held their community fast. They looked at Dorian's silks and spices, and they realized that while these things were beautiful and exotic, they were not truly necessary. What was necessary was the neighbour who would help you repair your fence after a storm. What was necessary was the friend who would sit with you through a long night when sorrow weighed heavy on your heart. What was necessary was the sense of belonging, of being part of something larger than yourself. The stranger sat in silence, absorbing the lesson that lay at the heart of the tale. Dorian Sablehand stayed in Michel Delving for another week after the festival, but his wagons no longer drew the crowds they once had. The hobbits still admired his wares, and some still purchased them, but the fever had broken. They had remembered who they were and what truly mattered to them. And when Dorian finally packed up his wagons and departed down the east road, heading for Bree and whatever lay beyond, the merchants of Michel Delving watched him go, with something that was not quite pity and not quite triumph, but perhaps a mixture of both. And the festival? The stranger asked. What became of it? Tobold grinned, his whole face lighting up with pleasure. The festival became a tradition, he said. It is held every year on the first day of summer, and it has been held without fail for 200 years and more. It is said that more marriages have been proposed at the Michel Delving Market Festival than at any other event in the Shire, and more friendships have been forged and more quarrels mended. The festival reminds us year after year that the market is not merely an economic necessity. It is the heart of our community, the place where we come together and remember that we are all part of the same great family. The stranger looked around at the bustling market with new eyes, seeing not just the stalls and the goods and the haggling hobbits, but the invisible web of relationships that bound them all together. "That is a fine tale, Tobold Hornblower," he said at last. "A fine tale indeed." Tobold nodded, accepting the compliment with the grace of one who knows his own worth but does not feel the need to boast of it. "But the day is not yet over," he said, "and I have many more tales to tell. Would you hear another?" The stranger smiled, settling back upon his barrel with evident contentment. "I would hear as many as you care to tell," he replied, "for I begin to think that I could spend a lifetime in this market and never exhaust its wonders." The afternoon wore on, and the market around them continued its endless dance of commerce and conversation. Hobbits came and went, some stopping to purchase pipeweed from Tobold's stall, and others merely nodding in greeting as they passed. The stranger seemed content to sit and smoke and listen, and Tobold was equally content to oblige him, for there was nothing an old hobbit loved more than a captive audience and a good story to tell. "The next tale I shall tell you," Tobold said, refilling his pipe with practised ease, "is of a different sort altogether. It concerns not a crisis averted or a lesson learned, but a mystery that has never been solved, a puzzle that has confounded the hobbits of Michel Delving for nearly a century. It is the tale of Milo Burrows and the vanishing stall." The stranger leaned forward, intrigued by the promise of mystery, and Tobold began his tale with the relish of one who has told it many times before but never grown tired of the telling. Marigold Burrows was a hobbit of remarkable gifts. She was born in the year 1901 in a small village in the East Farthing, and from her earliest childhood she displayed a talent for needlework that bordered on the supernatural. Her stitches were so fine and so even that they seemed almost invisible, and the patterns she created were of such beauty and complexity that hobbits would travel from miles around just to see them. By the time she was of age, her reputation had spread throughout the Shire, and she was widely regarded as the greatest seamstress that hobbit kind had ever produced. When Marigold came of age, she did what any sensible hobbit with a marketable skill would do. She packed up her needles and her thread and her bolts of cloth, and she travelled to Michel Delving to set up a stall in the great market. She arrived on a morning in early spring when the crocuses were just beginning to push their purple heads through the still cold earth, and she claimed a spot near the eastern end of the market square, beneath the branches of an old oak tree that had stood there since before the founding of the Shire itself. Tobold paused to draw upon his pipe, and the stranger waited with the patience of one who has learned that interruptions only delay the pleasure of a well-told tale. Now, Marigold's stall was unlike any other in the market. While most merchants displayed their wares openly, inviting customers to examine and handle them, Marigold kept her finest work hidden behind curtains of heavy velvet. She claimed that her embroidery was too delicate to be exposed to the harsh light of day, that it must be viewed only by candlelight in the soft glow that revealed its true beauty. This was thought to be a peculiar affectation, but the hobbits of Michel Delving were willing to indulge her, for her work was so extraordinary that they would have agreed to view it hanging upside down from the rafters if she had required it. And so, for many years, Marigold Burrows plied her trade in the Michel Delving market. Her stall became a landmark, a place that hobbits would point out to visitors and speak of with pride. The finest families in the Shire commissioned work from her, tablecloths and napkins and handkerchiefs embroidered with designs so intricate that they seemed to tell stories in thread. She made wedding dresses that caused brides to weep with joy and christening gowns that were passed down through generations as treasured heirlooms. She grew wealthy as any hobbit in the West Farthing, and she was respected and admired by all who knew her. The stranger nodded, for he could see that Marigold Burrows was being established as a figure of significance, a character whose fate would carry the weight of the tale. But then, Tobold continued, his voice dropping to a more sombre register, in the autumn of the year 1952, something strange happened. It was a market day like any other, crisp and cool with the first hints of winter in the air. The stalls were busy, the hobbits were haggling, and all seemed right with the world. But when the merchants began to pack up their wares at the end of the day, they noticed something peculiar. Marigold's stall was gone. Gone? The stranger repeated, his brow furrowing in confusion. What do you mean, gone? I mean precisely what I say, Tobold replied. The stall that had stood beneath the old oak tree for more than 50 years had vanished without a trace. The velvet curtains, the embroidered wonders, the needles and thread and bolts of cloth, all of it was gone, as though it had never existed at all, and Marigold herself had vanished with it. No one had seen her leave. No one had seen anyone approach her stall. One moment it was there, and the next it was not. The stranger's eyes widened, and Tobold could see that he was hooked, drawn into the mystery as surely as a fish on a line. Naturally, there was a great commotion. The hobbits of Michel Delving searched the market from one end to the other, looking under every stall and behind every barrel. They searched the surrounding streets and the nearby fields. They even drained the stream that ran through the eastern end of the market, thinking that perhaps Marigold had fallen in and drowned. But they found nothing. No sign of Marigold, no sign of her stall, no sign that anything unusual had occurred at all. Tobold shook his head slowly, his expression a mixture of wonder and bewilderment. The mayor at the time, a hobbit named Odovacar Bolger, launched an official investigation. He interviewed every merchant in the market, every customer who had been present that day, every passerby who might have seen something. But the answers were always the same. No one had seen anything. No one had heard anything. Marigold Burrows and her stall had simply ceased to exist, as though they had been erased from the world by some unseen hand. The stranger sat back, his pipe forgotten in his hand. But surely there must be some explanation, he said. People do not simply vanish into thin air. There must be some rational account of what happened. Tobold smiled, but there was a wistfulness in his expression that suggested he had pondered this question many times himself. You would think so, would you not? And indeed, over the years many explanations have been proposed. Some say that Marigold was taken by the elves, that her skill with needle and thread had attracted their attention, and they had spirited her away to their halls beyond the Western Sea, where she embroiders tapestries for the Valar themselves. Others say that she discovered some dark secret, something hidden in the patterns of her embroidery, and that this secret consumed her, drawing her into a world of shadow from which there is no return. Still others say that she simply grew tired of her life in the Shire and arranged her own disappearance, that she's living even now in some distant land, plying her trade under a different name. And what do you believe? The stranger asked. Tybalt was silent for a long moment, his gaze distant and thoughtful. "I believe," he said at last, "that some mysteries are not meant to be solved. I believe that the world is larger and stranger than we hobbits often care to admit, and that there are forces at work in it that we cannot understand. Perhaps Marigold was taken by elves, or perhaps she found a door to another world hidden in the patterns of her embroidery. Perhaps she simply walked away and was clever enough to ensure that no one could follow. I do not know, and I've made my peace with not knowing." He turned to face the stranger, his eyes bright with the light of old wisdom. "But I will tell you this. Every year, on the anniversary of Marigold's disappearance, the hobbits of Michel Delving gather beneath the old oak tree where her stall once stood. They light candles and tell stories and remember the remarkable hobbit who created such beauty with nothing but needle and thread. And some say that if you look very carefully, in the flickering light of the candles, you can see shapes moving in the bark of the old oak, shapes that look almost like the intricate patterns of Marigold's embroidery, as though she left some part of herself behind when she vanished." The stranger stared at the old hobbit for a long moment, and then he slowly nodded. "That is a strange tale, Tybalt Hornblower," he said. "A strange tale and a sad one. But there is beauty in it too, the beauty of mystery and the beauty of remembrance." Tybalt inclined his head, accepting the compliment. "The Michel Delving market has many such tales," he said. "Tales of joy and sorrow, of triumph and tragedy, of the ordinary and the extraordinary. They are woven into the very fabric of this place, as surely as Marigold's patterns were woven into her cloth. And they are what make the market more than just a place of commerce. They make it a place of memory, a place where the past is never truly gone but lives on in the stories we tell." The stranger looked around the market once more, and this time his gaze seemed to penetrate deeper, to see not just the surface of things but the layers of history and meaning that lay beneath. "I begin to understand," he said softly. "I begin to understand why this place is so beloved by the hobbits of the Shire." Tybalt smiled, a warm and welcoming smile that seemed to embrace the stranger as one of their own. "Then you understand more than many who have lived here all their lives," he said. "But come, the day grows later, and there are still many tales to tell. Would you hear another?" The stranger nodded eagerly, and Tybalt settled back in his seat, his mind already turning to the next story he would share, the next thread in the great tapestry of the Michel Delving market. The shadows had begun to lengthen across the market square, painting the cobblestones in shades of amber and gold as the sun descended toward the western hills. The bustle of the morning had given way to a more leisurely pace, with hobbits lingering at their favourite stalls to chat with old friends and sample the last of the day's wares. Somewhere in the distance, a fiddler had begun to play a merry tune, and the sound drifted through the market like a ribbon of joy woven through the fabric of the ordinary. Tybalt refilled his pipe once more, this time selecting a particularly fragrant blend of Southern Star that he reserved for special occasions. The stranger had proven himself a worthy listener, attentive and appreciative, and such listeners deserve the best that a storyteller could offer. "The next tale I shall tell you," Tybalt began, "is perhaps the most beloved of all the stories that are told of the Michel Delving market. It is a tale of love and loss, of courage and sacrifice, and of a gift so precious that it has become a legend in its own right. It is the tale of Hamfast Goodbody and the diamond of the Shire." The stranger's ears perked up at the mention of a diamond, for precious gems were rare in the Shire, and any tale involving one was bound to be extraordinary. Hamfast Goodbody was a simple hobbit, Tybalt continued, born in the village of Bywater in the year 1820. He was not wealthy, nor particularly clever, nor blessed with any special talent that set him apart from his fellows. He was, in all respects, an ordinary hobbit, content to tend his garden, smoke his pipe, and live out his days in the quiet comfort of the Shire. But Hamfast had one quality that distinguished him from many of his peers. He had a heart so full of love that it seemed almost too large for his modest frame. Tybalt smiled, his eyes softening with affection for the long-dead hobbit whose story he was about to tell. When Hamfast was a young hobbit, barely into his tweens, he fell in love with a lass named Petunia Bracegirdle. Petunia was the daughter of one of the wealthiest families in the West Farthing, and by all rights she should have been far beyond the reach of a humble gardener's son. But love, as we all know, does not concern itself with matters of wealth or station. Petunia loved Hamfast as deeply as he loved her, and the two spent every spare moment together, walking through the fields and orchards, dreaming of the life they would build together. The stranger nodded, recognizing the shape of the tale, the star-crossed lovers whose happiness would surely be tested by the obstacles that lay ahead. But Petunia's father, old Gorbadoc Bracegirdle, was not pleased with his daughter's choice. He had plans for Petunia, plans that involved marriage to a wealthy hobbit from one of the great families, not a penniless gardener with dirt under his fingernails. He forbade Petunia from seeing Hamfast and threatened to disown her if she defied him. For a time, the young lovers continued to meet in secret, stealing moments together whenever they could. But secrets have a way of coming to light, and eventually Gorbadoc discovered their continued meetings. In a rage, he locked Petunia in her room and announced that she would be married to a hobbit of his choosing within the month. Tobold's voice had grown somber, and the stranger leaned forward, caught up in the drama of the tale. Hamfast was devastated. He wandered the countryside in a daze, unable to eat or sleep, consumed by a grief so profound that his friends feared for his sanity. He knew that he could not compete with the wealthy suitors that Gorbadoc would bring to court his daughter. He had nothing to offer, no fortune, no status, no prospects. All he had was his love, and in the world of hobbits, love alone was rarely enough to overcome the objections of a determined father. But then, Tobold continued, something remarkable happened. Hamfast was walking through a field near the edge of the Shire, lost in his sorrow, when he stumbled upon a most unusual sight. There, lying in a furrow, as though it had fallen from the sky, was a stone that sparkled in the sunlight with a brilliance that took his breath away. He picked it up, and even through his grief, he recognized it for what it was. It was a diamond, and not just any diamond, but a gem of such size and clarity that it would have been the envy of kings. The stranger's eyes widened, and Tobold smiled at his reaction. Now, any other hobbit might have kept such a treasure for himself. With a diamond like that, Hamfast could have bought a fine house, the finest in the Shire. He could have lived out his days in comfort and luxury, wanting for nothing. But Hamfast did not think of himself. He thought only of Petunia, locked in her room, destined to marry a hobbit she did not love. And he knew, with a certainty that went beyond reason, what he must do. Tobold paused, letting the moment hang in the air like a held breath. Hamfast took the diamond to Michel Delving, to the great market where anything could be bought or sold. He did not seek to sell it for gold would not help him win Petunia's hand. Instead, he sought out the finest jeweller in the Shire, a hobbit named Roscoe Proudfoot, who was renowned for his skill in cutting and setting precious stones. Hamfast asked Roscoe to fashion the diamond into a ring that he would give to Petunia as a token of his love. Roscoe was astonished by the diamond's beauty, and he agreed to the task, asking only that Hamfast tell him how he had come by such a treasure. Hamfast told him the truth, that he had found it in a field, and Roscoe believed him, for there was no guile in Hamfast's honest face. For 3 days and 3 nights, Roscoe laboured over the diamond, cutting and polishing it with all the skill at his command. When he was finished, he had created a ring of such exquisite beauty that it seemed almost to glow with an inner light. The stranger sat in rapt attention, and Tobold could see that he was picturing the ring, imagining its brilliance and the love that had inspired its creation. Hamfast took the ring and went to the Bracegirdle home on the very day that Petunia was to be wed. He pushed past the servants and burst into the great hall, where the wedding ceremony was about to begin. Gorbadoc was furious, and he ordered his men to seize the intruder. But before they could lay hands on him, Hamfast held up the ring, and its light filled the room like the breaking of dawn. Every hobbit present gasped in wonder, for none of them had ever seen a gem so magnificent. Even Gorbadoc, for all his wealth, had never possessed anything that could compare to the diamond that now sparkled on Hamfast's palm. And in that moment, something changed in the old hobbit's heart. He looked at Hamfast, this simple gardener who had somehow acquired a treasure beyond price, and he saw not a penniless rival, but a hobbit of extraordinary worth. Gorbadoc asked Hamfast where he had obtained such a diamond, and Hamfast told him the truth. He had found it in a field, and rather than keep it for himself, he had fashioned it into a ring for the woman he loved. He offered it now as a bride gift, the only thing of value he had to give. Tobold's voice grew soft, touched with the emotion of the tale. Gorbadoc was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly he nodded. He called off the wedding and gave his blessing to Hamfast and Petunia, for he had realised that a hobbit who would give away a king's ransom for love was worth more than all the wealthy suitors in the Shire. The stranger let out a breath he had not realised he was holding, and Tobold smiled at the effect his story had produced. Hamfast and Petunia were married that very day, in the same hall where another wedding had been planned. They lived a long and happy life together, blessed with children and grandchildren who inherited their parents' capacity for love. And the ring, the diamond of the Shire as it came to be known, was passed down through the generations, a symbol of the power of love to overcome all obstacles. But that is not the end of the story, Tobold added, his eyes twinkling. For it is said that the diamond was no ordinary stone. Some believe that it was a gift from the elves, placed in that field for Hamfast to find. Others say that it fell from the sky, a fragment of a star that had burned itself out in the heavens above. And still others say that it was created by Hamfast's love itself, that the depth of his devotion was so great that it crystallized into physical form. The stranger was silent for a moment, contemplating the tale. And the ring, he asked at last, what became of it? Tobold shrugged, a gesture of comfortable uncertainty. No one knows for certain. Some say it remains with the descendants of Hamfast and Petunia, hidden away and brought out only on special occasions. Others say it was lost long ago, buried with some forgotten ancestor. And still others say that it found its way back to the Michel Delving market, where it waits to be discovered by another hobbit whose love is great enough to deserve it. The stranger looked around the market with new eyes, as though half expecting to see the legendary diamond glinting from some dusty corner of a forgotten stall. That is the beauty of the market, Tobold said, following his gaze. You never know what treasures might be waiting for you, or what stories might be hidden in the most ordinary-seeming objects. Every stall holds a secret, and every merchant has a tale to tell. The diamond of the Shire is but one of many wonders that have passed through this place over the long years. The fiddler's tune had changed to something slower and more melancholy, a song of autumn evenings and fading light that seemed to match the mood of the market as the day drew toward its close. Many of the stalls had already begun to pack up their wares, and the crowds had thinned considerably, leaving only the most determined shoppers and the most patient merchants to conduct the final business of the day. Tobold stretched his legs, which had grown stiff from sitting, and gazed out across the market with the fond expression of one surveying a beloved homeland. The stranger, too, seemed reluctant to move, as though the spell of the stories had rooted him to his seat upon the upturned barrel. You have told me tales of festivals and mysteries and love, the stranger said at last, his voice thoughtful. But surely the market has also known darker times. No place endures for so many centuries without facing hardship and sorrow. Tobold nodded slowly, his expression growing more serious. You speak truly, he said. The Michel Delving market has weathered many storms, both literal and figurative. There have been years when blight struck the crops and the stalls stood empty for want of goods to sell. There have been harsh winters when the roads were impassable and the merchants of distant villages could not make the journey. And there have been times of strife, when quarrels between families threatened to tear the fabric of our community apart. He paused, his eyes distant with memory, and then continued in a softer voice. But the darkest time in the history of the market came not from within the Shire, but from without. It was in the year 1636, during the days of the Great Plague, when a terrible sickness swept across the lands of Middle-earth, carried by travellers from the south. The plague had already devastated the kingdoms of men, leaving cities empty and fields untended. And though the Shire had always been isolated from the troubles of the outside world, even we could not escape the shadow that fell upon those dark days. Untended. And though the Shire had always been isolated from the troubles of the outside world, even we could not escape the shadow that fell upon those dark days. The stranger's face grew grave, for he knew something of plagues and the devastation they could bring. The sickness came to Michel Delving in the autumn of that year, Tobold continued. It was brought, so the histories tell us, by a merchant from Bree who had come to sell his wares at the market. He seemed healthy enough when he arrived, but within days he'd fallen ill, and within a week he was dead. By then the plague had already begun to spread, passing from hobbit to hobbit with a swiftness that defied all attempts at containment. Tobold's voice had taken on a sombre quality, weighed down by the gravity of the tale he was telling. The market was closed for the first time in its history. The stalls stood empty, their awnings flapping in the autumn wind like the wings of morning birds. The hobbits of Michel Delving locked themselves in their holes, and hawking their wares fell silent, and the only sound was the tolling of the bell in the town hall, which rang each time another hobbit passed into the shadow. The stranger bowed his head, moved by the sorrow in Tobold's words. For 3 months the plague raged through Michel Delving and the surrounding villages. It struck without pattern or mercy, taking the young and the old, the wealthy and the poor, the healthy and the infirm. Families were torn apart, their members dying one by one until none remained. The healers did what they could, but their herbs and poultices were powerless against this enemy, and many of them fell ill themselves, victims of their own compassion. Tobold paused to draw upon his pipe, and the stranger waited in respectful silence. But even in the darkest times, there are those who shine with a light that cannot be extinguished. In Michel Delving, that light was embodied by a hobbit named Belladonna Took, who was the great-great-grandmother of the famous Bilbo Baggins himself. Belladonna was a young hobbit in those days, barely into her 30s, but she possessed a spirit of courage and determination that belied her years. While others hid in their holes, Belladonna ventured out into the streets, bringing food and water to those who were too ill to care for themselves, tending to the sick with a gentleness that brought comfort even to those who could not be saved. The stranger looked up, his eyes bright with admiration for this long-dead hobbit whose bravery had shone so brightly in the darkness. Belladonna worked tirelessly day after day, night after night, until she herself fell ill with the plague. Her friends and family begged her to rest, to save her strength, but she refused. "There are those who need me," she said. "I cannot abandon them now." And so she continued her labours, even as the fever burned within her and her strength ebbed away like water from a cracked jug. Tobold's voice had grown thick with emotion, and the stranger could see that this tale touched him deeply, perhaps more deeply than any of the others he had told. It was Belladonna who first noticed that the plague seemed to weaken in the presence of certain herbs that grew wild in the fields around Michel Delving. She experimented with different combinations, brewing teas and poultices that she administered to the sick. At first, the results were uncertain, but gradually she began to see improvement. Hobbits who had seemed destined for death began to recover, their fevers breaking and their strength returning. Word spread through the community, and soon hobbits were venturing out of their holes to gather the herbs that Belladonna had identified, brewing the remedies according to her instructions. The stranger leaned forward, caught up in the tale of hope emerging from despair. By the time winter arrived, the plague had run its course. The bell in the town hall fell silent at last, and the hobbits of Michel Delving began the slow process of rebuilding their shattered community. They buried their dead in a great mound on the hill overlooking the town, and they planted flowers upon the grave, flowers that bloom to this day in memory of those who were lost. "And Belladonna?" the stranger asked. "Did she survive?" Tobold smiled, a smile tinged with both sadness and pride. "She did," he said. "Though she came closer to death than anyone else who recovered, she survived. And when the market reopened in the spring of 1637, she was there, standing in the centre of the square, welcoming the merchants and the customers back to the place that had been the heart of their community for so many generations." The stranger let out a breath, relieved by the tale's ending. But Belladonna's greatest contribution, Tobold continued, was not her discovery of the remedy, though that alone would have been enough to secure her place in the histories of the Shire. Her greatest contribution was the spirit she inspired in her fellow hobbits. You see, during the plague, when fear and despair threatened to overwhelm them, the hobbits of Michel Delving had seen one of their own stand firm against the darkness. They had seen that courage was possible, that hope was not foolish, that even in the darkest times the light could still shine. Tobold gestured toward the market around them, at the stalls and the hobbits and the ordinary bustle of commerce that seemed so far removed from the horrors of plague and death. When the market reopened, it was different from what it had been before. The hobbits who returned to trade their wares were not the same hobbits who'd fled in fear when the sickness first arrived. They were hobbits who had faced the shadow and survived, hobbits who had learned that their community was stronger than any individual, that together they could overcome obstacles that would have crushed them alone. They built new stalls and hung new awnings, and they did so with a sense of purpose and gratitude that had not been there before. The stranger nodded slowly, beginning to understand the deeper meaning of the tale. And that, Tobold said, is why the plague, terrible as it was, is not remembered only as a time of sorrow in the histories of Michel Delving. It is also remembered as a time of transformation, a time when the hobbits of the Shire discovered something essential about themselves. They discovered that they were capable of courage, of sacrifice, of putting the needs of others before their own safety. They discovered that the bonds that held them together were stronger than the forces that sought to tear them apart. He turned to face the stranger, his eyes bright with the wisdom of long years. Every year on the anniversary of the day the market reopened, the hobbits of Michel Delving gathered to remember those who were lost and to celebrate the courage of Belladonna Took and all the others who stood against the darkness. We tell the old stories and sing the old songs, and we remind ourselves that the market is more than just a place of commerce. It is a symbol of our resilience, a testament to our ability to endure and to rebuild, no matter what hardships we may face. The stranger was silent for a long moment, absorbing the weight of the tale. Then he spoke, his voice soft with reverence. "I have travelled far and seen many things," he said, "but I've never encountered a place with such a rich and living history. The hobbits of Michel Delving are fortunate indeed to have such stories to guide them." Tobold nodded, accepting the compliment with characteristic humility. "We are fortunate," he agreed, "but fortune is not merely a matter of luck. It is a matter of choice, of deciding what we will remember and what we will forget, what we will cherish and what we will let slip away. The stories I have told you today are not just tales of the past, they're instructions for the future, guides that help us navigate the challenges and uncertainties that lie ahead." He smiled, a warm and welcoming smile that seemed to embrace the stranger as a friend. "And now," he said, "the day grows late and the market will soon close, but there are still tales to be told, if you have the patience to hear them." The stranger returned the smile, settling more comfortably upon his barrel. "I have nowhere else to be," he said, "and no greater desire than to hear more of your stories. Please, continue." The evening star had appeared above the eastern hills, a single bright point of light in the deepening blue of the sky. The market was nearly empty now, with only a handful of merchants remaining to conclude the last transactions of the day. Lanterns had been lit along the edges of the square, casting pools of warm yellow light that pushed back the gathering dusk. The air had grown cooler, carrying with it the scent of wood smoke from the nearby homes where hobbits were settling in for their evening meals. Tobold had sent his assistant, a young hobbit named Milo, who helped him at the market on busy days, home with the unsold pipeweed and the day's earnings. Now the old merchant sat alone with the stranger, the two of them wreathed in smoke and the comfortable silence of companions who had shared much and had much yet to share. "I have told you tales of love and loss, of plague and perseverance," Tobold said at last, breaking the silence with his gentle voice. "But I have not yet told you of the friendships that have been forged in this market, the bonds that have crossed the boundaries of family and village and even, in some cases, the boundaries of race itself." The stranger's interest quickened at these words, for he knew that hobbits were not generally known for their interactions with other peoples, preferring to keep to themselves and their comfortable way of life. "The tale I am about to tell you," Tobold continued, "concerns a most unlikely friendship, one that began right here in this very market more than 150 years ago. It is the tale of Primula Brandybuck and Nori the dwarf." The stranger raised his eyebrows, intrigued by the mention of a dwarf, for dwarves were rare visitors to the Shire and rarely lingered long when they did pass through. Primula Brandybuck was a hobbit of Buckland, Tobold began, born on the eastern borders of the Shire where the old forest pressed close against the settlements of her people. She was known throughout the region for her skill in leatherwork, crafting belts and bags and saddles of such quality that even the rangers of the north were said to seek out her wares. Every month, she would make the long journey from Buckland to Michel Delving, her pony laden with the fruits of her labour, and she would set up her stall near the northern edge of the market, where the morning sun fell warmest and the crowds were thickest. Tobold paused to relight his pipe, which had gone out during the telling, and the stranger waited patiently, knowing that the story would resume in its own time. Now, it happened that in the year 1718, a company of dwarves passed through the Shire on their way from the Blue Mountains to the Iron Hills. They were traders, these dwarves, carrying with them goods of dwarven make that they hoped to sell in the markets of the East. Their leader was a dwarf named Thorin Stonehelm, a distant cousin of the great Thorin Oakenshield, who would one day reclaim the Lonely Mountain, and among his company was a young dwarf named Nori, whose skill in metalwork was already beginning to attract attention among his people. The stranger nodded, for he had heard of the dwarven traders who occasionally passed through the lands of the West, though he had never encountered one himself. The dwarves arrived in Michel Delving on a market day, and though they had intended only to rest and resupply before continuing their journey, they found themselves drawn to the bustling square where the hobbits of the Shire conducted their commerce. Dwarves, as you may know, have a keen appreciation for fine craftsmanship regardless of who has produced it, and they wandered through the market with evident interest, examining the wares on display and occasionally nodding in grudging approval. Tobold smiled, his eyes twinkling with the memory of a tale he'd heard many times from his elders. It was Nori who first noticed Primula's leatherwork. He'd stopped at her stall to examine a belt, turning it over in his hands with the critical eye of a craftsman, and what he saw impressed him deeply. The stitching was flawless, the leather supple and perfectly cured, and the design, though simple by dwarven standards, showed a sophistication of technique that he had not expected to find among the halflings of the Shire. He asked Primula where she had learned her craft, and she told him that it had been passed down through her family for generations, each mother teaching her daughter the secrets of the trade. Nori was intrigued, for among dwarves such knowledge was jealously guarded and rarely shared even within families. He asked if she would show him her workshop, and though Primula was surprised by the request, she agreed, for there was something in the dwarf's manner that put her at ease. The stranger leaned forward, sensing that the tale was approaching its heart. What Nori saw in Primula's workshop amazed him. Though her tools were simple compared to those used by dwarven craftsmen, she wielded them with a skill and precision that rivaled any he'd seen in the forges of the Blue Mountains. She showed him her techniques, explaining how she selected her leather and prepared it for working, how she cut and stitched and finished each piece with painstaking care. And as she spoke, Nori found himself sharing his own knowledge, describing the methods used by dwarven metalworkers to create the clasps and buckles that adorned their leather goods. Tobold's voice had taken on a warm quality, touched with the joy of recounting a tale of friendship and mutual respect. By the time the sun set that evening, an understanding had been reached between the two craftsmen. Nori would stay in Michel Delving for a time, sharing his knowledge of metalwork with Primula, while she would teach him the secrets of Hobbit leathercraft. The other dwarves were puzzled by this arrangement, for it was not their way to share the skills of their people with outsiders, but Nori convinced them that there was much to be gained from the exchange. And so, for 3 months the dwarf and the hobbit worked side by side, each learning from the other, each growing in skill and understanding. The stranger's expression was one of wonder, for he had never heard of such cooperation between the two peoples. When at last the time came for Nori to rejoin his company and continue the journey to the Iron Hills, he and Primula parted as friends, each enriched by the knowledge they had shared. But their friendship did not end with Nori's departure. Over the years that followed, they maintained a correspondence, sending letters back and forth along the trade routes that connected the Shire to the distant mountains of the east. Nori would write of the great forges of the Iron Hills and the wonders he had seen in his travels, while Primula would describe the changing seasons in the Shire and the new techniques she had developed in her workshop. Tobold paused, his expression growing more solemn. And when, many years later, Primula fell ill and knew that her time was short, she sent a final letter to Nori, asking him to come to the Shire if he could. The dwarf, now old himself and burdened with the weight of many years, made the long journey west, arriving in Michel Delving just days before Primula drew her last breath. He sat with her in her workshop, surrounded by the tools and materials that had been the passion of her life, and they spoke of the old times, of the friendship that had bridged the gap between their peoples, of the knowledge they had shared and the legacy they would leave behind. The stranger's eyes had grown misty, and he blinked rapidly, moved by the tale of friendship that had transcended the boundaries of race and distance. When Primula passed, Nori was at her side, holding her hand as she slipped away into the peace that awaits all who have lived well and loved truly. He stayed in Michel Delving for the funeral, standing among the hobbits who had come to pay their respects, and when the ceremony was over, he approached Primula's daughter, a hobbit named Amaranth, and presented her with a gift. It was a set of tools, crafted by Nori's own hands, designed specifically for the kind of leatherwork that Primula had practiced. Each tool was a masterpiece of dwarven metalwork, perfectly balanced and razor-sharp, and upon each was engraved a dedication to the friendship that had inspired their creation. Tobold reached into his pocket and withdrew a small knife, its blade gleaming in the lantern light. "This knife," he said, holding it up for the stranger to see, "is one of those tools. It has been passed down through the descendants of Primula Brandybuck for more than a century, and it came to me through my mother, who was of that line. I use it still, when I work leather for my pipe pouches, and every time I do I remember the tale of Primula and Nori, and the friendship that proved that even the most different of peoples can find common ground when they approach each other with respect and openness." The stranger reached out and Tobold placed the knife in his palm. He turned it over, examining the craftsmanship, the perfect balance of the blade, the inscription in dwarven runes that wound around the handle. "This is indeed a treasure," the stranger said, his voice hushed with reverence. "A treasure worth more than gold or gems." Tobold nodded, accepting the knife back and returning it to his pocket. "The Michel Delving market has seen many treasures pass through its stalls," he said, "but the greatest treasures are not always the ones that glitter. Sometimes they are the friendships we forge, the connections we make, the bridges we build between one heart and another." He looked out across the nearly empty market, at the few remaining lanterns that flickered against the darkness, and his expression was one of deep contentment. "That is what this market truly is," he said. "It is not merely a place of commerce, though commerce is certainly conducted here. It is a place of connection, a place where hobbits from every corner of the Shire come together and discover that they are not alone in the world. And sometimes, as in the case of Primula and Nori, it is a place where the boundaries that divide us are revealed to be less solid than we imagined, and friendships are born that change us forever." The stranger sat in silence, contemplating the old hobbit's words, and the darkness deepened around them, soft and welcoming as a blanket drawn close against the chill of night. The night had fully descended upon Michel Delving now, and the market square lay quiet beneath a canopy of stars that seemed close enough to touch. The last of the merchants had departed, their stalls shuttered and locked until the morrow, and the only sounds were the distant hooting of an owl and the gentle whisper of wind through the leaves of the old oak tree that stood at the eastern end of the square. Tobold and the stranger remained where they had sat all day, two figures wreathed in pipe smoke and the comfortable intimacy of shared stories. A young hobbit had come by earlier to light the lantern that hung above Tobold's stall, casting a warm circle of light around the two companions. The stranger had offered to fetch food from a nearby tavern, and Tobold had accepted gratefully, for the day had been long and his stomach had begun to make its emptiness known. Now they sat with the remnants of a modest meal between them, bread and cheese and cold meat, the simple fare that sustained hobbits through their many adventures, both great and small. "I have told you many tales this day," Tobold said, wiping crumbs from his beard with the back of his hand. "Tales of the past, of hobbits who lived and died long before either of us drew breath. But the market is not only a repository of old stories, it is also a place where new stories are born, where the ordinary events of everyday life are transformed into the legends of tomorrow." The stranger nodded, settling back upon his barrel with an expression of patient anticipation. He had proven himself an excellent listener, never interrupting, always attentive, and Tobold had come to appreciate his quiet presence as the hours had passed. "The tale I'm about to tell you," Tobold continued, "is one that I witnessed myself, not so many years ago. It is a tale of an ordinary market day that became something extraordinary, and it concerns a hobbit named Sancho Proudfoot, who was known throughout the Shire as the most stubborn hobbit who ever lived." The stranger raised an eyebrow at this description, and Tobold chuckled, a warm sound that seemed to push back the darkness a little further. Now, stubbornness is not an unusual quality among hobbits. We are, as a people, rather set in our ways, preferring the familiar to the novel and the comfortable to the challenging. But Sancho Proudfoot elevated stubbornness to an art form. Once he'd made up his mind about something, no force in Middle-earth could convince him to change it. He would argue his position against all comers, marshalling facts and rhetoric with a skill that would have impressed the greatest debaters of Gondor, and he would never, under any circumstances, admit that he might be wrong. Tobold shook his head, a mixture of exasperation and affection in his expression. Sancho ran a stall in the market for more than 40 years, selling vegetables from his farm in the Green Hill country. His produce was of the finest quality, and his prices were fair, but his reputation for argumentativeness preceded him wherever he went. Hobbits would approach his stall with trepidation, knowing that any transaction might turn into a prolonged debate about the relative merits of different varieties of turnip, or the proper method for storing potatoes through the winter. Many a customer had walked away from Sancho's stall hours after they had arrived, their heads spinning from the torrent of words that had been unleashed upon them. The stranger smiled, recognizing the type, for every community has its characters who are both beloved and dreaded in equal measure. Now, it happened that some 15 years ago, a dispute arose in the market over the placement of stalls. The mayor at the time, a hobbit named Milo Burrows, had decided that the market needed to be reorganized to improve the flow of traffic through the square. He proposed that certain stalls be moved from their traditional locations to new positions that he believed would be more efficient. Most of the merchants grumbled but accepted the change, for it was the mayor's prerogative to make such decisions. But Sancho Proudfoot refused. Tobold leaned forward, his eyes bright with the memory of the confrontation he was about to describe. Sancho's stall had stood in the same spot for 40 years, in the exact location where his father's stall had stood before him and his grandfather's stall before that. He declared that no mayor, however well-intentioned, had the right to uproot a tradition that stretched back through generations. He cited precedents from the earliest days of the market, quoted passages from obscure bylaws that no one else had ever heard of, and threatened to take the matter to the Táin himself if necessary. The stranger's expression was one of amused disbelief, and Tobold nodded in confirmation. The mayor, who was not accustomed to having his authority challenged, grew increasingly frustrated. He argued that the needs of the community outweighed the preferences of any individual, that progress required change, and that Sancho was being unreasonable. But Sancho would not yield. He planted himself in front of his stall like a tree with roots that reached to the centre of the earth, and he declared that he would not move so much as an inch. For 3 days the standoff continued. The mayor sent officials to reason with Sancho, but they were repulsed by his relentless argumentation. He sent friends and neighbours to appeal to Sancho's sense of community, but they too were turned away, their pleas falling upon deaf ears. The entire market was thrown into disarray, with hobbits taking sides and the normal business of commerce grinding to a halt as everyone watched to see how the conflict would be resolved. Tobold paused, letting the tension of the moment hang in the air. And then, on the morning of the 4th day, something remarkable happened. A young hobbit lass named Daisy Cotton approached Sancho's stall. She was perhaps 12 years old at the time, with a round face and bright eyes and a directness of manner that was unusual for one so young. She walked right up to Sancho, who was in the middle of delivering a speech about the sacred rites of tradition, and she tugged on his sleeve to get his attention. The stranger leaned forward, intrigued by this unexpected development. Sancho looked down at the child with irritation, for he did not like to be interrupted. But Daisy was not intimidated. She looked up at him with those bright eyes and asked a simple question, a question that no one else had thought to ask in all the days of argument and debate. What did she ask? The stranger inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Tobold smiled, the smile of one who has reached the heart of his tale. She asked him why. Not why he was refusing to move, for everyone knew the answer to that. She asked him why the location of his stall mattered so much. What was it about that particular spot that made it worth all this trouble? The stranger sat back considering the question, and Tobold continued. Sancho opened his mouth to answer, and then he stopped. For the first time in 40 years of selling vegetables in the Michel Delving market, he found himself at a loss for words. He looked at his stall, at the worn wooden boards and the faded canvas awning, at the spot where his father had stood and his grandfather before him. And he realized, perhaps for the first time, that he did not know the answer to the child's question. Tobold's voice had grown soft, touched with the wonder of the moment he was describing. Oh, he knew all the arguments, all the precedents and bylaws and traditions. He could have talked for hours about the importance of continuity and the dangers of change. But when he searched his heart for the true reason, the reason beneath all the reasons, he could not find it. The location of his stall was just a location, a patch of cobblestones no different from any other patch of cobblestones in the square. It had no magic, no special significance beyond the meaning he had given it. The stranger nodded slowly, understanding dawning in his eyes. Sancho stood there for a long moment, the silence stretching out around him like a held breath. The hobbits who'd gathered to watch the confrontation exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what was happening, and then, slowly, Sancho began to laugh. It started as a chuckle, low and rumbling, and it grew into a great booming laugh that echoed off the walls of the surrounding buildings. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and he slapped his knee, and he laughed until he could barely stand. Tobold was laughing too now, caught up in the memory of that extraordinary moment. When at last he could speak, Sancho turned to the mayor and said that he would move his stall. Not because the mayor had ordered it, and not because he believed the reorganization was a good idea. He would move it because a 12-year-old child had shown him that he had been arguing for the sake of arguing, defending a position that had no real foundation beyond his own stubbornness. The stranger exhaled slowly, a smile spreading across his face. And so the dispute was resolved. It was, Tobold confirmed. Sancho moved his stall to its new location, and within a week he was declaring that it was the best spot in the entire market, with better light and better foot traffic and better everything. He became one of the most vocal supporters of the reorganization, praising the mayor's wisdom to anyone who would listen. And whenever someone reminded him of how fiercely he had opposed the change, he would smile and say that even the most stubborn hobbit can learn something from a child with the courage to ask the right question. The stranger was silent for a moment, contemplating the tale. And Daisy Cotton, he asked, what became of her? Tobold's smile broadened. She grew up to be one of the most respected hobbits in the Shire. She married a young hobbit named Samwise Gamgee, and together they raised a family that would become famous throughout the land. But that is a tale for another time. The point of this story is not what Daisy became, but what she did. She reminded us all that sometimes the most important questions are the simplest ones, the ones that cut through all the arguments and debates and get to the heart of the matter. He looked out across the empty market, at the shuttered stalls and the cobblestones gleaming in the lantern light. The Michel Delving market has seen many great orators and persuasive speakers over the centuries, he said. It has seen debates that lasted for days and arguments that split families for generations. But sometimes, the most powerful voice is the quietest one, the one that asks not why we should change, but why we are so afraid to. The stranger nodded, his expression thoughtful, and the night deepened around them, soft and welcoming as the embrace of old friends. The hour had grown late, and the stars wheeled slowly overhead in their eternal dance across the heavens. The lantern above Tobold's stall had begun to gutter, its oil nearly exhausted, and the shadows had crept closer around the two hobbits as they sat in the quiet of the deserted market. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once and then fell silent, and the peace of the Shire settled over Michel Delving like a blanket woven from moonlight and memory. The stranger stirred upon his barrel, shifting his weight to ease muscles that had grown stiff from hours of sitting. He had listened to Tobold's tales with the rapt attention of one who recognizes wisdom when he hears it, and his eyes, those autumn-coloured eyes that held such depths of experience, now reflected the flickering light of the dying lantern with a warm and grateful glow. "You have given me a great gift this day, Tobold Hornblower," he said, his voice soft in the stillness. "You have shown me that a place is more than the sum of its cobblestones and stalls. It is the stories that are told there, the memories that are made, the connections that are forged between one heart and another." Tobold inclined his head, accepting the compliment with the grace of one who has learned that humility is not the denial of one's gifts, but the proper acknowledgement of their source. "I've merely shared what was shared with me," he replied. "The stories belong to the market, not to me. I'm only a vessel through which they flow, carrying them from the past into the present, and, I hope, into the future." The stranger was silent for a moment, his gaze distant and contemplative. Then he spoke again, his voice carrying a note of hesitation that had not been there before. "There is something I have not told you, Tobold. Something about myself and the reason for my journey to the Shire." Tobold regarded him steadily, his expression patient and open. He had sensed from the beginning that there was more to this stranger than met the eye, and he had waited, as any good storyteller knows to wait, for the truth to reveal itself in its own time. "I am not merely a traveller seeking tales," the stranger continued. "I am a collector of stories, yes, but not for my own amusement. I travel the roads of Middle-earth, gathering the legends and histories of the peoples I encounter, and I carry them with me to distant lands where they would otherwise never be heard. I am, in a sense, a bridge between worlds, a conduit through which the wisdom of one people can reach the ears of another. Tobold's eyes widened slightly, for he understood now the significance of the stranger's visit. "You are a keeper of memory," he said, "like the elves who record the histories of the world in their great libraries, or the dwarves who carve the deeds of their ancestors into the walls of their halls." The stranger nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Something like that," he agreed, "though my methods are perhaps more humble than those of the elves or the dwarves. I carry no books or scrolls, only the words themselves, held in my mind and my heart until I can share them with those who have need of them." Tobold considered this for a long moment, turning the idea over in his mind like a smooth stone found by a riverbank. "And where will you carry the stories of Michel Delving?" he asked at last. "What distant land will hear of our festivals and our friendships, our plagues and our perseverance?" The stranger's smile broadened, and there was a light in his eyes that seemed to come from somewhere beyond the flickering lantern. "That I cannot say," he replied. "The roads I travel are long and winding, and I never know where they will lead me until I arrive. But I can promise you this, Tobold Hornblower. The stories you have shared with me today will not be forgotten. They will live on, carried from one listener to another, growing and changing as all living things must grow and change, until they become part of the great tapestry of tales that covers all of Middle-earth." Tobold felt a warmth spreading through his chest, a sense of fulfillment that went beyond the satisfaction of a day well spent. He had always known that stories were important, that they were the threads that bound communities together and the bridges that connected the present to the past. But he had never quite grasped, until this moment, how far those threads could reach, how sturdy those bridges could become. "Then let me give you one more story," he said, reaching for his pipe and finding it empty. "One more tale to carry with you on your travels. It is a story that I have never told anyone, a story that I have kept in my heart for many years, waiting for the right listener to come along." The stranger settled back upon his barrel, his expression one of anticipation and respect. He understood the gift that was being offered, the trust that was being placed in him, and he received it with the solemnity it deserved. "When I was a young hobbit," Tobold began, his voice taking on a quality of intimacy that it had not possessed before, no older than 25, "I came to the Michel Delving market for the first time. My father had sent me to sell a load of pipeweed from our farm in the South Farthing, and I was terrified. I'd never been away from home before, never conducted business on my own, never faced the world without the protection of my family around me." He paused, his eyes growing distant with memory, and the stranger waited in respectful silence. "I set up my stall in a corner of the market, as far from the crowds as I could manage, and I stood there with my hands trembling and my heart pounding, convinced that I would fail, that I would bring shame upon my family, that everyone would see through me and know that I was just a frightened child pretending to be a merchant." Tobold's voice had grown soft, touched with the vulnerability of old wounds long healed but never forgotten. "For hours no one came to my stall. The other merchants conducted their business with ease and confidence, laughing and haggling and calling out to passers-by, while I stood alone in my corner watching and wishing I could disappear. By midday I had not made a single sale, and I was ready to pack up my wares and flee back to the safety of my father's farm." The stranger nodded, recognizing the experience, for he too had known moments of doubt and fear in his long years of wandering. "But then," Tobold continued, "something happened. An old hobbit approached my stall, a hobbit so ancient that his face was a map of wrinkles and his beard was white as snow. He looked at my pipeweed with interest, and then he looked at me with eyes that seemed to see right through to my soul, and he said something that I have never forgotten, something that changed the course of my life." "What did he say?" the stranger asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Tobold smiled, and there were tears glistening in his eyes. He said that fear is not a weakness, but a teacher. He said that every hobbit who has ever stood in this market has felt what I was feeling, the terror of exposure, the dread of failure, the longing to be anywhere else. He said that courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act despite it. and then he bought a pouch of my pipeweed, the first sale I ever made, and he walked away without another word. The stranger let out a breath, moved by the simplicity and power of the tale. I never learned that old hobbit's name, Tobold said. I looked for him in the market many times over the years, but I never saw him again. Perhaps he was just an ordinary hobbit who happened to be in the right place at the right time. Or perhaps he was something more, a spirit of the market itself, come to welcome a frightened young merchant into the fold. I do not know, and I have made my peace with not knowing. He turned to face the stranger, his eyes bright with the light of hard-won wisdom. But I do know this. The words that old hobbit spoke to me have guided my life ever since. Every time I have faced a challenge, every time I have stood at a crossroads and felt the cold breath of fear upon my neck, I have remembered his words. Fear is not a weakness, but a teacher. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act despite it. The stranger nodded slowly, absorbing the lesson that lay at the heart of the tale. And that, Tobold said, is the story I give to you, stranger. Not a tale of great events or famous hobbits, but a small story, a personal story, a story that has no ending because it is still being written every day in the choices I make and the actions I take. Carry it with you on your travels and share it with those who have need of it. And perhaps someday it will find its way back to me, changed and grown, like a seed that has become a tree. The stranger rose from his barrel and bowed deeply, a gesture of respect that spoke louder than any words. I will carry your story with honour, Tobold Hornblower, he said, and I will share it with all who have ears to hear and hearts to understand. You have given me more than tales this day. You have given me wisdom, and that is a gift beyond price. Tobold rose as well, stretching his old bones and feeling the pleasant ache of a day well spent. The lantern had finally guttered out, plunging them into darkness broken only by the light of the stars, but neither hobbit seemed troubled by the loss. The stories they had shared cast their own light, a warmth that no darkness could diminish. The market will open again tomorrow, Tobold said, his voice carrying a note of invitation. There will be new tales to tell, and new listeners to hear them. You are welcome to return, stranger, if your road brings you this way again. The stranger smiled, and though his face was hidden in shadow, Tobold could hear the warmth in his voice. Perhaps I shall, he replied. Perhaps I shall. And with that the two hobbits parted, each carrying with them the gift of the other's words, each richer for the exchange that had taken place beneath the stars of the Shire. The stranger walked slowly through the empty streets of Michel Delving, his footsteps echoing softly against the cobblestones as he made his way toward the eastern road. The night was deep and still, the kind of profound silence that settles over the Shire in the hours between midnight and dawn, when even the most industrious hobbits have retired to their beds and the world seems to hold its breath in anticipation of the coming day. Above him, the stars blazed with a brilliance that seemed almost fierce, as though they were determined to light his way despite the absence of the moon. He paused at the edge of the town, turning to look back at the market square one final time. The stalls stood dark and silent, their awnings furled against the night, but even in the darkness the stranger could sense the life that flowed through that ancient space. He could feel the echoes of all the transactions that had taken place there over the centuries, the laughter and the arguments, the triumphs and the disappointments, the countless small moments that had woven themselves together into the rich tapestry of history that Tobold had unfolded for him. The stories, he thought to himself, are the true treasure of this place, not the goods that are bought and sold, not the coins that change hands, but the stories that are shared, passed from one generation to the next like heirlooms of the spirit. He thought of Rosamunda Took and her silver button, traded not for its monetary value, but for the tale it carried. He thought of Fastolf Whitfoot and the first Michel Delving Market Festival, born from crisis and transformed into celebration. He thought of Marigold Burrows, vanished without a trace, her memory preserved in the flickering light of candles and the whispered speculation of those who had known her. He thought of Hamfast Goodbody and his diamond, a gift of love that had changed the course of a life. He thought of Belladonna Took, standing firm against the plague, her courage a beacon in the darkness. He thought of Primula Brandybuck and Nori the Dwarf, their friendship a bridge between worlds. He thought of Sancho Proudfoot and young Daisy Cotton, stubbornness dissolved by the simple power of the right question. and he thought of Tobold Hornblower, the old merchant who sat in his corner of the market and dispensed wisdom along with pipeweed, a keeper of stories who understood that the true value of a tale lies not in the telling but in the sharing. The stranger smiled, a warm expression that softened the lines of his weathered face, and he reached into his pack to touch the pipe that Tobold had given him. It was a beautiful thing, carved with such skill that it seemed almost alive in his hands, but its true beauty lay in the connection it represented, the bond forged between two hobbits who had sat together through a long day and found in each other the gift of understanding. He turned away from the town and began to walk along the road that led east, toward Bree and the lands beyond. His step was light despite the weight of his pack, for the stories he carried now were worth more than any physical burden. They were seeds, he thought, seeds that he would plant in distant soil, seeds that would grow and flourish and bear fruit in ways that neither he nor Tobold could foresee. The road stretched before him like a silver ribbon in the starlight, winding through the gentle hills of the Shire toward horizons that he had not yet explored. He did not know where his feet would take him, for that was the nature of his wandering, to follow the roads wherever they led, and to trust that each destination would reveal itself in its proper time. But he knew that wherever he went, he would carry the Michel Delving market with him, not as a memory but as a living presence, a touchstone to which he could return whenever he needed to remember why stories mattered. Behind him, in his cosy hobbit hole on the outskirts of Michel Delving, Tobold Hornblower sat before his fire and smoked his pipe and thought about the stranger who had come to his stall seeking tales. He did not know the stranger's name, for it had never been offered and he had not thought to ask. Such things did not matter, not really. What mattered was the exchange that had taken place, the giving and receiving of stories that was the oldest and most sacred form of commerce known to hobbit kind. Tobold thought about the tales he had told, reaching back through the years to draw forth memories that he'd not examined in a long time. The telling had been good for him, he realized, a reminder of the richness of the tradition he had inherited, and the responsibility he bore to pass it on. He was not young anymore, and the winters seemed to grow colder with each passing year, but as long as he could sit in his stall and share the stories of the market, he felt connected to something larger than himself, something that would endure long after he had joined his ancestors in the quiet peace that awaited all hobbits at the end of their days. He wondered where the stranger would take his tales, what distant ears would hear of the Michel Delving market and its wonders. He imagined the stories spreading outward like ripples from a stone cast into a still pond, touching lives that he would never know, inspiring thoughts that he would never hear. It was a comforting thought, the idea that his words might travel farther than his feet ever could, that some part of him might live on in the memories of those he'd never met. The fire crackled softly, and Tobold felt his eyes growing heavy with the pleasant weariness of a day well spent. Tomorrow the market would open again, and there would be customers to serve and bargains to strike and perhaps new stories to tell. But for now, in the quiet of the night, he was content to sit and remember and let the warmth of the fire seep into his old bones. As the first pale light of dawn began to creep over the eastern hills, the stranger paused at the crest of a ridge and looked back one final time toward the Shire. The land lay spread out before him like a patchwork quilt, green and gold and brown, dotted with the round doors of hobbit holes and crisscrossed by the roads and lanes that connected one village to another. Somewhere in that gentle landscape, the Michel Delving market was stirring to life, merchants preparing their stalls and customers emerging from their homes to begin another day of trade. He could not see the market from where he stood, but he could feel it, a warm pulse of life and community that beat at the heart of the Shire like a second sun. He raised his hand in a silent salute, a gesture of farewell and gratitude to the hobbits who had welcomed him into their world, and then he turned and continued on his way, walking east into the rising sun. The road before him was long and uncertain, but the stranger did not mind. He had walked many roads in his time, and he had learned that the journey itself was often more valuable than the destination. Each step brought new possibilities, new encounters, new stories waiting to be discovered, and now, thanks to Tobold Hornblower and the Michel Delving market, he carried with him a treasury of tales that would enrich every mile of he travelled. The sun climbed higher, burning away the mists of morning and revealing a world fresh and bright with promise. Birds sang in the hedgerows, and the air was sweet with the scent of flowers and growing things. The stranger walked on, his pace steady and sure, his heart light with the knowledge that he was part of something greater than himself. A web of stories that stretched across all of Middle-earth, connecting past to present and one people to another. And in Michel Delving, as the market came alive with the bustle and clamour of another day, Tobold Hornblower took his place behind his stall and waited for the first customer of the morning. His pipe was lit, his wares were arranged, and his mind was filled with stories. Stories old and new, stories waiting to be told. For as long as there were hobbits in the Shire and travellers on the road, there would be tales to share and connections to make, and the Michel Delving market would continue to serve as the crossroads where all paths converged and all stories found their home. Thus ends the tale of Tobold Hornblower and the Stranger, and of the Michel Delving market, where the hobbits of the Shire have gathered for generations uncounted to trade their goods and share their stories. May the memories of that ancient place live on in the hearts of all who hear these words, and may the wisdom of the hobbits guide us all through the long roads that lie ahead, until we too find our way home to the warmth of the fire and the comfort of friends who love us well.